Mountainside. I am so excited that I am here in front of you. To everybody, for those of you that don't know me, I am Terry Kellen. I was the principal before Adam for 7 years prior, and I am grateful to him to allow me to do this, and just really honored to be congratulating all of you on MYP designation. I just can't tell you how much I've been thinking about it, and how when we started this, it wasn't really met with a party or anything, and little by little, many of you know who you are, became subject team leaders. Remember that? You all went to the trainings, and we would meet at Mrs. Sugar's house on a Friday afternoon after a long week of work and plan out our next steps with MYP. So I just can't say enough and how proud I am of you for your perseverance, for your tenacity in making this happen, especially through the last COVID area. MYP is good for kids, and that's why you're doing it. It's good for kids. So congratulations to all of you, and I would be remiss if I did not have a special shout out to Mrs. Sugar and Mrs. Kaiser. Without the two of them, I don't know where it would be at this point. Getting it off the ground. So Mrs. Sugar, congratulations to you. And again, thank you, Adam, for allowing me to do this. I miss you all. And remember to keep fighting the right fight. Let all that noise go. I know it's tough through COVID. And focus on what our students deserve, and that is you and your best teaching. Enjoy this, enjoy this. I do believe you are the first, still at the time you are the first comprehensive public middle school, 6, 7, and 8, to be MYP school-wide. Adam, check that out, but I'm pretty sure that is still the case. So again, please be proud of yourselves and continue to uphold the integrity of IB MYP for our students, and take good care, celebrate. Mwah.
Hello, Mountainside Middle School. I am Chris Osmussen. I served as principal of Mountainside Middle School from 2006 until 2012. I congratulate you on your accomplishment of becoming an International Baccalaureate Middle Years program. I am not surprised that you have attained this great recognition, because Mountainside Learning Community, teachers, staff, and your parents and students have always known that the best way to serve an adolescent learner is to make connections between the subject matters. Math, science, social studies, and language arts were never taught in isolation at Mountainside. Rather, a team approach across all content levels always incorporated technology, the fine arts, world languages, physical education into the core classes. I congratulate you on this accomplishment. I look forward to hearing about all the great things that will continue to happen at Mountainside Middle School, particularly for your students who now have the opportunity not only to walk across the parking lot to the diploma program at Desert Mountain High School, but now to be well prepared in what it means to learn with a world perspective as they continue their studies into the middle years program at Desert Mountain High School, launching them into that diploma program. Congratulations to you. You have done a great thing for your community, and certainly continue to service your students well. Take care and good luck into the future.
Congratulations, Mountainside Cougars. What a terrific accomplishment to become the International Baccalaureate Middle Years program for Scottsdale Unified School District. So proud to have been a member of the Mountainside family. I'm Katie Kavanaugh. In 1994, I was the assistant principal with Dr. John Creekard and Dr. Jim Lee. And then in 2000, I came back to be the principal at Mountainside Middle School. One of my fondest memories is 2002, when we had our A+ designation from the Arizona Education Foundation. And we all the large student body and teachers, staff, and parents, leaders, all went to the Desert Mountain football field, and we formed a giant A+ and had our picture taken from a helicopter. It was so much fun. You need to do that type of celebration, celebrate, and be so proud of all the hard work. It's a great accomplishment to become a program that is dedicated to deep and meaningful learning for each and every student. Congratulations. Have a wonderful time becoming an outstanding learning community over and over again every year. Congratulations, Principal Luke, and all of you in the Mountainside family.
Good afternoon. My name is Daniel Coombs, and if you remember me, I had the privilege of serving as principal of Mountainside Middle School for but 1 year in 1999. What I remember most about that experience is what a strong and dedicated faculty Mountainside had, and you were given the opportunity to serve some of this state's very best kids, parents, and community members. I am not surprised at all to learn that Mountainside Middle School has recently been named a International Baccalaureate Middle Years Program model school. That does not surprise me in the least. You continue to have excellent faculty, excellent kids, and a wonderful community. It's a great school, and my one regret is that I didn't get to stay there longer. I know that Mountainside Middle will continue to serve the state of Arizona and the country as an example of what a true middle school education ought to look like and be. I am very proud of you guys, and I wish you nothing but the best moving forward. Go Cougars!
Hello, this is Jim Lee, and I want to send a heartfelt congratulations out to Principal Adam Luke, the Mountainside staff, the entire Mountainside community, and the Scottsdale Unified School District for your earning of the MYB program. Congratulations. I was honored to be selected assistant principal when Dr. John Creekart was a principal at Mountainside when we opened up our doors in 1991. I later became the principal in 1995 through 1999, and we had many exciting challenges along the way. First, we opened with about 500 students, and shortly before I left to be the principal at Arcadia High School, we grew to 1,200 students. We also built 2 buildings at the end of the campus, the north end of the campus, that we referred to as houses, and I do believe they're still referred to as houses to this day. We also opened a 6th grade program my first year as principal, and we had a huge, beautiful building being built just to the west of us, which now we refer to as Desert Mountain High School. I have wonderful memories of those 8 years I spent at Mountainside Middle School. I'm so proud of the incredibly talented staff that we were able to assemble and the tremendous parent partnership that we had, so we were able to create innovative, engaging programs for students and a student-centered environment which fostered excellence. It was truly wonderful. And heck, I can even still sing the Cougar Fight song, but I'm not going to do that for you today. But in closing, I just want to say I am so proud that Mountainside is continuing their strive for excellence as evidenced by the MYB program. That's a wonderful accomplishment. Really proud of you. Keep up the great work. Go Cougars!
Congratulations to the Mountainside Cougar staff and leadership for achieving the designation of International Baccalaureate Middle Years program. I know that it was a lot of hard work for all of you, but I am very proud of you. It brings me back to 1991 when we began Mountainside Middle School, and we developed a vision for that school that included 3 pieces. Number 1, that Mountainside would be a place for kids. In other words, it would be student focused. Secondly, Mountainside Middle School would be a place for learning. Academic achievement is of the highest order and a necessary tool for all kids. And thirdly, that Mountainside would be a significant place for the students and all of the adults involved at Mountainside. I am so pleased to see that this initial vision is still in place. Congratulations, Mountainside Cougars. I'm proud of you.
Mountainside. I am so excited that I am here in front of you. To everybody, for those of you that don't know me, I am Terry Kellen. I was the principal before Adam for 7 years prior, and I am grateful to him to allow me to do this, and just really honored to be congratulating all of you on MYP designation. I just can't tell you how much I've been thinking about it, and how when we started this, it wasn't really met with a party or anything, and little by little, many of you know who you are, became subject team leaders. Remember that? You all went to the trainings, and we would meet at Mrs. Sugar's house on a Friday afternoon after a long week of work and plan out our next steps with MYP. So I just can't say enough and how proud I am of you for your perseverance, for your tenacity in making this happen, especially through the last COVID area. MYP is good for kids, and that's why you're doing it. It's good for kids. So congratulations to all of you, and I would be remiss if I did not have a special shout out to Mrs. Sugar and Mrs. Kaiser. Without the two of them, I don't know where it would be at this point. Getting it off the ground. So Mrs. Sugar, congratulations to you. And again, thank you, Adam, for allowing me to do this. I miss you all. And remember to keep fighting the right fight. Let all that noise go. I know it's tough through COVID. And focus on what our students deserve. And that is you and your best teaching. Enjoy this. Enjoy this. I do believe you are the first, still at the time you are the first comprehensive public middle school, 6, 7, and 8, to be MYP school-wide. Adam, check that out, but I'm pretty sure that is still the case. So again, please be proud of yourselves and continue to uphold the integrity of IB MYP for our students, and take good care, celebrate. Mwah.
Hello, Mountainside Middle School. I am Chris Asmussen. I served as principal of Mountainside Middle School from 2006 until 2012. I congratulate you on your accomplishment of becoming an International Baccalaureate Middle Years program. I am not surprised that you have attained this great recognition, because Mountainside Learning Community, teachers, staff, and your parents and students have always known that the best way to serve an adolescent learner is to make connections between the subject matters. Math, science, social studies, and language arts were never taught in isolation at Mountainside. Rather, a team approach across all content levels always incorporated technology, the fine arts, world languages, physical education into the core classes. I congratulate you on this accomplishment. I look forward to hearing about all the great things that will continue to happen at Mountainside Mountainside Middle School, particularly for your students who now have the opportunity not only to walk across the parking lot to the diploma program at Desert Mountain High School, but now to be well prepared in what it means to learn with a world perspective as they continue their studies into the middle years program at Desert Mountain High School, launching them into that diploma program. Congratulations to you. You have done a great thing for your community and certainly continue to service your students well. Take care and good luck into the future.
Congratulations, Mountainside Cougars. What a terrific accomplishment to become the International Baccalaureate Middle Years Program for Scottsdale Unified School District. So proud to have been a member of the Mountainside family. I'm Katie Kavanaugh. In 1994, I was the assistant principal with Dr. John Creekard and Dr. Jim Lee. And then in 2000, I came back to be the principal at Mountainside Middle School. One of my fondest memories is 2002, when we had our A+ designation from the Arizona Education Foundation. And we all the large student body and teachers, staff, and parents, leaders, all went to the Desert Mountain football field, and we formed a giant A+ and had our picture taken from a helicopter. It was so much fun. You need to do that type of celebration, celebrate, and be so proud of all the hard work. It's a great accomplishment to become a program that is dedicated to deep and meaningful learning for each and every student. Congratulations. Have a wonderful time becoming an outstanding learning community over and over again every year. Congratulations, Principal Luke, and all of you in the Mountainside family.
Good afternoon. My name is Daniel Coombs, and if you remember me, I had the privilege of serving as principal of Mountainside Middle School for but 1 year in 1999. What I remember most about that experience is what a strong and dedicated faculty Mountainside had, and you were given the opportunity to serve some of this state's very best kids, parents, and community members. I am not surprised at all to learn that Mountainside Middle School has recently been named a International Baccalaureate Middle Years Program model school. That does not surprise me in the least. You continue to have excellent faculty, excellent kids, and a wonderful community. It's a great school, and my one regret is that I didn't get to stay there longer. I know that Mountainside Middle will continue to serve the state of Arizona and the country as an example of what a true middle school education ought to look like and be. I am very proud of you guys, and I wish you nothing but the best moving forward. Go Cougars!
Hello, this is Jim Lee, and I want to send a heartfelt congratulations out to Principal Adam Luke, the Mountainside staff, the entire Mountainside community, and the Scottsdale Unified School District for your earning of the MYB program. Congratulations. I was honored to be selected assistant principal when Dr. John Creekard was a principal at Mountainside when we opened up our doors in 1991. I later became the principal in 1995 through 1999, and we had many exciting challenges along the way. First, we opened with about 500 students, and shortly before I left to be the principal at Arcadia High School, we grew to 1,200 students. We also built 2 buildings at the end of the campus, the north end of the campus, that we referred to as houses, and I do believe they're still referred to as houses to this day. We also opened a 6th grade program my first year as principal, and we had a huge, beautiful building being built
Now he's giving me a thumbs up.
Okay, everyone ready? I call to order this regular meeting of the Governing Board for the Scottsdale Unified School District. It is Tuesday, November 17, 2020, and the time is 5:03 p.m. All rise, and Vice President Beckman, will you please lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We will have a roll call starting on my right.
Jan Michael Greenberg.
Sandy Kravitz,
Barbara Perleberg, Patty Beckman,
and Allison Beckham. All 5 governing board members are present, and we have a quorum. Have any changes to the agenda? Do we have a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
so moved.
Vice President Beckman moves. Do we have a second?
Second.
Board Member Kravitz seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Sorry.
Motion carries 5-0. We have a public comment notification. Those individuals wishing to make public comment on consent or non-agenda matters, please complete a blue card. They're available at the table at the front of the room, indicating your desire to speak, and submit it to the board secretary before the public comment portion of the agenda. Those individuals wishing to address the governing board on information discussion or action agenda items, complete a white card, also available at the table at the front of the room, indicating your desire to speak. Please list the item number and submit it to the board secretary. Public comment for consent, information discussion items, and non-agenda items will be heard after the superintendent's comments. Public comment for action items will be heard after the consent agenda. There is a 3-minute speaking limit. We'll move on to student and staff recognitions and celebrations. Dr. Menzel, would you please begin?
Thank you, President Beckham, Vice President Beckman, and governing board members. I am so happy to be able to share 2 great celebrations that have been a long time coming for our student and district. And after that, I have more celebrations. So tonight, we're looking forward to recognizing a number of really great things happening in Scottsdale Unified School District. We're going to start this evening with an elementary celebration. And to get the festivities underway, I'm going to ask Dr. Hagigat, our Assistant Superintendent for Elementary Education, who will be joined by Navajo Elementary Principal Matt Patzlaff and Assistant Principal Angie Keemley.
Good afternoon, President Beckham, Vice President Beckman, governing board members, Dr. Menzel, and Gladys. It is with a sense of having come a full circle that I stand before you today to celebrate one of our Scottsdale Unified School elementaries. The particular school is located very, very close to us and has been in place for 60 years. For the past 2 years of its 60 years history, Navajo Elementary School has had to deal with multiple challenges that threatened its continued existence. The first was the decline in its enrollment to less than 400 students. The second was a fire in August of 2018 that forced Navajo students and teachers off campus to another location until just 2 months ago. And a third, of course, is the pandemic that we all face today. If there is one word to capture the Navajo Buffalo spirit, it is resiliency. And this resiliency is found in more than just its students, teachers, support staff, Principal Patzlaff, and Assistant Principal Keemley. It is deeply embedded in the Navajo community itself. It's in its parents, in its parent-teacher organization, its Dad's Club, its Watchdog Dad's Club, and its families. Their combined commitment to the little red brick school on the northeast corner of Camelback and Granite Reef has nothing short of amazing this past 2 years. They have canvassed Navajo neighborhood after school hours and on weekends, hosted booths of various family events in Scottsdale, organized barbecues and play dates at local parks, reached out to local daycare centers and preschools, conducted tours to showcase that the learning continued regardless of the school physical location, embraced the process of becoming a Discovery Learning STEAM certified school, and continue to engage family with events designed to ensure Navajo's future. In basketball terms, that is called a full court press. And all the while the financial support provided by this board, those of you sitting right here, right now, to restore, renovate, and improve the Navajo campus for its next 60 years. Your understanding, compassion, and passion for the school, many extenuating circumstances, is something for which the Navajo community and all of SUSD is most grateful for. I feel 100% confident in saying that we are not for the involvement of the entire community, the entire school, and all of SUSD, we would not be standing here today celebrating on this November 17th, 2020. Enrollment at Navajo Elementary School stands at 431 students that are being taught either in person or online. Tonight, I recommend that Navajo be removed from that SUSD growth plan. So I'd like to please invite Principal Patzloff to give us a couple of words, as the journey that he led was such a tremendous one, and I am very proud of him, his staff, and the community. Principal Patzloff, please come up.
Thank you, Dr. Hagigat, for those kind words. First off, Dr. Hagigat told me to be brief, which is sometimes challenging, so I just want to say thank you to the governing board and to district leadership for believing in Navajo and staying committed to us. I want to thank Building Services for helping get us back home. And first and foremost, thank the Navajo community and the Navajo staff for going way above and beyond, committed to all those events that Dr. Hagigat just listed, and there's more to that list as well, to help get our enrollment back up to or exceeding where it was before the fire. I know there were some very challenging times and hard obstacles, but again, Navajo is very resilient, very hard and determined. I only have a few people today with us out in the crowd, but there's a lot more watching on Zoom calls to help celebrate this, and of course on the YouTube channel to be really proud of what we've accomplished at Navajo. So I just want to thank you all for your support. Thank you.
And with that, I'd like to present both Mr. Patzloff and Ms. Kimley with a challenge coin, which is going to be a challenge in giving, because you just need to reach in there and just grab your own coin, please.
Thank you.
And I'll use my teacher voice. We also need Mr. Goodman up here to take a challenge coin. Let's give him a nice round of applause, please. We also have our Canada teacher, Lynn Rockhill. And last but not least, Brandy Wilson. Please join us. We are Thank you and congratulations. Let's make some noise. Although there's not a lot here, I know we can make noise. Navajo, we are proud of you.
Well, Matt and Angie, the perseverance exhibited by the entire Navajo community these past 2 years has been incredible. Your backs were against the wall and you never ever gave up. You and your parent community understood what was at stake and that you could not falter. We're so pleased that you are finally back where you belong on your own beautiful campus about a mile south of this location. I want to commend and congratulate the governing board for making it possible over the past 2 years. So go Buffaloes and well done. The next celebration comes from the northeast corner of the district, and I would like to invite Dr. Sakos, our Assistant Superintendent for Secondary Education, to lead this conversation and celebration.
All right, thank you, Dr. Menzel. Good afternoon, President Beckham, Vice President Beckman, governing board members, and Gladys. I hope that you were able to enjoy the pre-meeting video that was displayed on the monitors in our meeting room today and online. You would have gotten a sense for the deep understanding and commitment of the Desert Mountain learning community its schools, and its past leaders, which was great to see, and Principal Luke put those together, contacted Mountainside previous leaders, to provide an outstanding, relevant education for their students. This month, we've taken yet another step in that commitment with the authorization of the Mountainside Middle School and Desert Mountain High School as middle years program International Baccalaureate World Schools. Ooh, got the chills. Did you? IB World Schools share a common philosophy, a commitment to the high quality, challenging, international education that empowers students to inquire into a wide range of significant local, national, and global issues and ideas, and in doing that, elevate student creativity and critical and reflective thinking. The discussion began more than 3 years ago with Principals Terry Callan, who recently retired, and Nikki Wilford at the helm at Desert Mountain High School, leading to the hard work of aligning curriculum to the IB high standards and ongoing teacher training. To tell us more about Mountainside Middle School's journey and perspective, I invite Principal Adam Luke up to the podium.
All right. So before I start, with me is our Mountainside Middle School IB coordinator, Mrs. Lois Sugar. I've prepared a few words. All right. Good evening. First off, thank you to Kate Hillman for creating the video prior to the board meeting. And thank you to all of the previous principals for agreeing to film and congratulate my staff. Thank you for making all this possible. Dr. Menzel, governing board members, Dr. Melissa Sakos, various cabinet members, district leadership, Dr. Lisa Hirsch, Miss Jennifer Waldron, and not to forget my assistant principal last year, Johanna Kaiser, who was instrumental in launching this program during her time at Mountainside campus. What a great way to showcase Mountainside's legacy of excellence and rigor that dates back to 1991. In my time here, I quickly came to realize I'm walking the same halls as some of the greats in education, as seen in the prior video. Their leadership created the foundations that were laid along the way that made all of this possible. I am at a loss for words when it comes to the staff at Mountainside. Some of the most driven, hardworking, and dedicated to doing what is best for students. It's an honor to call them my colleagues. All certified and classified staff members at Mountainside, parent community, and the students. Huge shout out and congratulations to a woman who has worn many hats throughout her years at Mountainside, but most importantly, the one that she currently rocks as our IB MYP coordinator. She not only oversees 34 teachers and works with 570 students, but has managed to navigate through 47 courses currently offered at Mountainside to help create this program we are celebrating this evening. And for that, I would like to present you with a challenge coin. And these are yours. You are welcome. As an authorized IB-MYP World School, I promise I'll be brief, our teachers use IB methodologies, learner profile, approaches to learning, and global contexts. Students will also participate in comprehensive projects that are integrated across curricular areas of study and involve real-world learning experiences for all our Cougars. What is best for kids, you ask? IB is. Due to COVID-19, I'm unable to do proper presentation of a challenge coin, which I just did. I wish I could hug you and give you a handshake. And also proper presentation of the challenge coin to our staff members. So instead, they will find tomorrow morning in their mailboxes a coin to remind them of their excellence put forth on our journey together. And the fun doesn't stop there. Our wonderful PTO will be putting on a grab-and-go celebratory lunch on Friday to show a small token of their appreciation towards the staff. Again, I am so proud to be part of the Mountainside tradition of excellence, and clearly, none of this could have happened if it wasn't for the relentless pursuit of success by the staff. Thank you, Mountainside, and congratulations.
The MYP certification process has been much aided by the fact that Desert Mountain High School has offered the IB diploma program since 1999. And I have to add that I was able to be at Desert Mountain High School as an administrator for 2 of those years with the IB program. And they've also had the pre-diploma program and have offered that to its 9th and 10th graders. Desert Mountain Principal, Dr. Alicia Hurst, please join me to tell us the story from her side of the parking lot, so to speak.
More orderly side. Thank you. So will I just click it? Yes. Oh, like with this or this? This one? Oh, fantastic. So that was the down arrow. Hi, everybody. I'm not really technically challenged. I'm just not good at guessing. So I'm Dr. Lisa Hirsch, principal of Desert Mountain High School. I will present our challenge coin to the fabulous woman, Janet Emond, after this, and I also want to recognize a few more people. But I do want to say thank you for having me. Thank you for this opportunity to share the celebration. I want to thank personally Dr. Sackos for a lot of time, and Dr. Redner, or Cheryl Redner, for her help with the curriculum. It's been really great getting to know you. That was part of my journey, just coming to Desert Mountain. So this has been an incredibly rigorous journey and well worth it. I'm grateful for the work with Anasazi, Mountainside Middle School, and our district to get this to this point. Thank you again, Mrs. Emond, for your leadership. The Desert Mountain High School has had the IB diploma program since 1999, and the pre-IB, I kind of look at that as a placeholder for what was to come. And it would become more truly authentic in the words of the IB program. Why MYP? Why add this? These characteristics in the first bullet point are what truly engender the learning for the younger students at Desert Mountain. The ATL, or the approaches to learning, which are prescribed, that form the curriculum. These prescribed approaches is all you get. And then you've got to put it together to make unique and enjoyable projects for the student. They are most powerful when teachers plan and students engage with them in the connection to significant and relative content knowledge. The time that it takes to make these projects happen was just unbelievable, and it was incredible how Janet was able to move the staff and use her time very effectively, morning, noon, and night, vacation, and weekends. The culminating rite of passage from the middle years program to the diploma program is with the 10th grade project. And remember, my photos tonight were taken before COVID. This is a quote from a teacher, a very experienced teacher who had been a pre-IB teacher and then was trained as a middle years program teacher and just felt so moved to a kind of a new realm of learning. The students that are pictured are the first students to do the middle years project. They are seniors in high school now, so I hope they're watching. These are students in an art class. In the art room right now, we are doing more work with design elements. That's the same in physics first. The 10th grade projects are completely student-driven, and each student is guided by a central project coordinator, and his name is Mr. Tyler Knox. Mr. Knox herds, basically, 100 or so students with these projects, and then each individual student has a mentor teacher on campus. So this student is working with charcoal and expressionism, and this one decided to learn the Morse code. The IB-MYP coordinator, Janet Eamon, was at first the criminology teacher at Desert Mountain, and I think because she liked the Cubs and the IB coordinator liked the Cubs, they knew each other, and that Laura Kampka said to me, I think you should ask Janet Eamon. When I asked her in the middle of the office, I had been at Desert Mountain for about a day or two, and Janet jumped and said, I'd love to, which was very thrilling for me. So the district's commitment with this IB-MYP coordinator is the release time of this teacher. So the district is providing funding through FTEs. They also are providing enormous funding for staff development opportunities all across the United States. I had mine in Los Angeles in a hotel at the airport that I couldn't leave very often because there was so much homework. The 10th grade project coordinator, Tyler Knox, is also given a period to plan and work with the students by the governing board. And then the material adoption by subject area is also money that is often part of the adoption cycle, but does in fact cost the district to add this very, very intense, I should say, curriculum. This is another 10th grade project, and our students really do choose what they love, and they do it all outside of the school day. It's not done during school. Here's another course, and what you can see is the emphasis on discussions and group work and group think. This student did hers on feminism. These students, and you will see this often at Desert Mountain in our very long hallways, you'll see kids out there just doing all kinds of stuff, and they're doing it with masks on and distanced currently. The added value of MYP as opposed to the pre-IB is that it's a more holistic program. It's more geared for the 9th and 10th graders. All students are welcome. All students. And that also is very important to emphasize that Mountainside is a wall-to-wall MYP school. That includes all the kids. And when they come to Desert Mountain, we are more of a school within a school. But we take students from all walks and from all areas and from lots of private schools. Thank you, Janet. This student taught herself how to play the guitar. This one created a ball gown, and now in her senior year, she's very interested in fashion design, which we have an awesome program at Desert Mountain. And again, there are fashion design IB students, AP students, and any other students that are really welcome. So it's a very fluid type of school within a school. This student is on this your advisory board, and this is her in her sophomore year looking at the roots of the food from her family and how it ties to her culture. A student in the middle years program exhibits lots of question asking, persistence. They have to be able to work collaboratively in groups, which, as you know as a board, is a skill, and they have to think positively, and they do. And it's really neat. The students I just showed you are very positive people. This is from a student who graduated Desert Mountain, and I'll end with his quote, that I feel that the IB program has monumentally influenced my preparedness for life after high school. And I'd really like to have Janet Eamon come and stand up here, please, and have you understand that she has conducted all of the staff development in the past 3 years to get us to this point. She's written all of the reports and how many pages was that report? Yeah, hundreds. And I just feel very compelled to give her this coin, and also Tyler Knox, so we'll take one for him. But Janet, thank you so much. It really couldn't have happened without you. Okay.
We are so pleased to be able to celebrate this great achievement with our Mountainside and Desert Mountain High School communities this afternoon, and want to mark the occasion by additional recognition coins to two people who have really led the charge. Principal Luke came in full steam ahead as a first-year principal, not only jumped right in and picked up where they left off with IB and had an interesting year with COVID, but did not skip a beat, and they were determined to make sure that they still met their timelines for their reviews in order to get their certification. And then Dr. Hirsch has been at Desert Mountain a few years, leading the charge as well, and I can't tell you how much time and energy it takes and what a commitment. So I'd like to offer both of you a challenge coin as well. And to the governing board and to Dr. Menzel, thank you all for your dedication to our school's MYP and your close coordination with Mountainside students. And it will be seamless as we see the PYP to the MYP to the DP within the IB. I've made up a song. I have. I'll just end with that. Mic drop.
Thank you, Dr. Sackos. Congratulations to Desert Mountain and Mountainside. Having been part of an IB authorization in a former position, I know just how much work it is, and my hat's off to the team members who have worked so hard, and the true winners in all of this are the students who will be the beneficiaries of a rigorous curriculum that will prepare them to be successful as they move through our system and onto the next challenges in life. We're also looking forward to Anasazi Elementary going through the process for IB Primary Years Program. Principal Waldron has that effort well underway, and we're looking forward to having a similar celebration in the future for their recognition as an IB Primary Years program in the future. So now I want to turn our attention to a few student achievements. And as you know, in the past, we would bring the students here, bring them up, and celebrate, because this is what it's all about at the end of the day, is our students. And we've got a few middle school and high school athletic activities that I'd like to highlight. First, on November 7th, more than 500 Scottsdale Unified School District middle school students participated in the Fall Sports Festival. Boys and girls soccer, girls softball, boys basketball took over the gyms and fields at Coronado, Desert Mountain, and Saguaro High Schools, as well as Chaparral Park. Thankfully, there were no major injuries, and the day was a great success. We want to thank all of the middle school coaches who helped make this possible. And right now, their season is on pause. We do hope for a time where they can resume again. But I understand from other sources that this is historically a pretty big event, and we were glad that it was able to take place. We also have a few high school state championships to observe this afternoon. Ordinarily, as you know, as I mentioned, we would invite the teams here, but hopefully they're watching. First, we're happy to share with you that the Desert Mountain High School girls swim and dive team captured the AIA Division II State Swim and Dive Championship on November 7th. It is the girls' first state title since 2006. Not only that, but the AIA today named Coach Crystal Strimple its Division II Coach of the Year. Between some outstanding individual performances by Kylie Ney, Captain Ashley Outram, who will swim for NAU next year, and Hannah Shee, and two strong relay team results, the Desert Mountain girls took the championship with 253 points, 30 points ahead of the next closest team. Congratulations, Desert Mountain swimmers, or as Dr. Hirsch likes to say, it's a great day to be a wolf. Over in Division I swim and dive competition, Chaparral High School once again brought home state trophies, with both the girls and boys teams finishing in first place. It's the girls' 7th consecutive swim and dive championship, which is pretty amazing. The girls won all three relay races, the 200-yard medley and the 200 and 400-yard free relays, and swept the medal stand in the 200-yard freestyle race, compiling 68 points, the most possible in a single event in the state meet format. The final tally board gave the Lady Firebirds a resounding 185-point win over the second-place team.
To unmute yourself, press *6.
These performances led the AIA today to name Makina Stalker as Division I's Diver of the Year and Senior Ashley Strauss as Swimmer of the Year.
You are no longer muted.
Lastly, I would like to note that 5 members of the Chaparrals girls team, Morgan Brophy, Riley Courtney, the previously mentioned Ashley Strauss, Greer Pattison, and Samantha Crew, signed national letters of intent last week to swim for such collegiate swimming powerhouses as the University of Texas, Northwestern, North Carolina, and Tulane. Again, an outstanding accomplishment. On the boys' side, Chaparral qualified 18 swimmers and 1 diver for the state championship, securing the Division I title for the first time. The boys finished in the top 3 in all 3 relay events and saw tremendous second-place finishes by senior captain Braden Walters in the 200-yard individual medley race and freshman Ethan Midland in the 100-yard backstroke. Congratulations, Firebirds, and Coach Russ Krzyzanowski. We are very proud of all of you. Not done yet. We also want to send our best wishes to the Arcadia girls volleyball team, which will compete this evening in a 5A state quarterfinals. So we'll look forward to seeing the outcome of that, and go Lady Titans. As you well know, athletics has been a great challenge for schools everywhere this year. So when we hear of the unwavering dedication of our student athletes to their sports, the coaches who led the team, when we learn of their great successes, despite everything that's been thrown their way, it's truly wonderful to be able to celebrate. And we are so proud of all of our student athletes and how you represent SUSD in the world of school athletics. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you. Those are quite some accomplishments. On behalf of the governing board, I'd also like to thank the Desert Mountain High School, Mountainside Middle School, and for your dedication and commitment to your staff and to our students. And I know that Anasazi will be coming right up there soon to have another celebration. So it's an outstanding community, and we're lucky to have you. So thank you. We will move on to superintendent comments. Dr. Menzel.
Thank you. So I have a few additional comments. I know this is a rather lengthy agenda tonight, so I'll try to stay somewhat brief. But first, I want to congratulate the incoming board members, Julie Sanowski, Dr. Libby Hart-Wells, and Zach Lindsay, who have been elected to serve on the governing board and will join us after the 1st of January. And we also look forward to orientation sessions so that we can transition into the new year without missing a beat. So congratulations to them. I would also like to thank the Charos for their generous contribution of $40,000 to support work here at Scottsdale Unified School District. And to tell us a little bit more about that, I'd like to turn it over to Board Member Beckman to, as a member of the Charos Foundation, to invite our guest up here.
Thank you, Dr. Menzel. I'm proud to bring up 4 Charos and my fellow Charo Foundation members, Dennis Robbins, Ryan Schubert, Chris Rivera, and Jason Kolowski.
Thank you, Patty. My name is Ryan Schubert. I am a proud Scottsdale Charo and proud to be on this year's Education Committee. Before we present this, I just wanted to give you a little history. About a year ago, with our past chairman, Chris Rivera, and the amazing Shannon Crone back here, we focused in on a need to address the social and emotional learning aspect within the district, and have identified a need within the K through 8 18 complexes. And through working with Shannon and Patty has been instrumental in helping us lay people understand how things work and how we can help. So we identified that the 18 schools could really be helped with a one day a week in-person professional that would be on a campus. Hopefully our kids will stay in school and we can get through it. But we just think, you know, in the world we're living in right now, we started this thought before COVID hit, but I think even more so now with what these kids are going through and all of you and our teachers, you know, as well. We think these dollars will be put to great use, and we look forward to keeping this issue in the forefront and working with the district to ensure that our students are taken care of, you know, and anything we can do in that K through 8 and the, you know, 9 through 12 schools. But on behalf of the Charos, and I'll let Jason say a few words, we're proud to live in this city. We're proud that we can help, and we're grateful for all of you and everything you do to help our kids. So thank you for letting us pitch in and keep up the good work. Thanks.
Thanks to the board members who brought this to light for us. We had historically focused on more tangible things like technology and robotics equipment and just things that maybe lasted a little bit longer. After the data that you showed us and some conversations with Shannon, we've really pivoted to understand this need, and this is just the first of what we hope is a much larger commitment to help the district meet the social and emotional needs of our students, K-12. For those of you that don't know, the Charros give roughly $400,000 to educational initiatives in Scottsdale each year, and an additional amount in excess of that to local charities. The need continues to grow with COVID, and to the board members that we've interfaced with, Patty, Barbara, all of you that have helped inform us, we thank you, and just want to let you all know that we stand here humbly, still ready to serve and open-minded to not only help maybe suggest some issues that need to be addressed, but certainly address those that you bring to us, and we're honored and humbled to be able to do so. So to the board members whose terms are ending, thank you so much for your service. I know it's been an interesting few years, and it is not lost on us, despite the fact that we are not always at the forefront, that you are serving your community in a way that not many people understand. So as an outgoing thank you, we just want to say that we get it and we understand and we appreciate your service, and look forward to the next time we can present a check. Thank you.
Who wants the money? the boss. We are so fortunate to have partners like the Charros supporting Scottsdale Unified School District, and the true winners as a result of their support are the students in our district. So thank you all for your generosity, and the funds will be put to good use. Just a few more items on my list tonight. One, tomorrow, some of you may or may not know, is National Education Support Professionals Day. This day was recognized starting in 1987 to elevate and celebrate the work of our support staff. In Scottsdale Unified School District, we refer to them as our classified staff. We've got 9 different groups of employees within that who work tirelessly on behalf of our students, from food service to transportation to working with our students as paraprofessionals or in the office providing administrative support. Regardless of the role, we are extremely grateful for the work that they've done. During our COVID crisis, they have been on the front lines tackling whatever challenge that we've had in front of us. When we needed to provide on-site support, we had all hands on deck during that initial start of the school year. And while November 18th is tomorrow, I want to express my gratitude and appreciation for the work of our support staff here in Scottsdale. We couldn't do it without them. 2 other things. One, as you know, last Thursday we had asked parents to make a commitment with respect to second semester. We surveyed our families that are in enhanced distance learning, Scottsdale Online, and asked them to identify what choice they would make for next year. We also said to parents who are currently in person that if they wanted to change, they could contact us and we'd make that shift as well. And while we don't have all of the results in, we still have a handful, about 23% of our families that did not make a selection yet. Right now, the preliminary votes have been counted, and 85% have selected in person and 15% have chosen to remain online at the present time. We'll continue to gather the rest of the information, and Dr. Bowman will begin the process of looking at how we adjust staffing in order to be able to make that happen for the second semester. So that leads me into some conversations about the second semester, and there have been a lot of questions and concerns, not only about second semester, but about finishing the first semester. As you know, Friday of last week, we sent out a letter to our families talking about the concerns that we have related to the rising number of COVID cases and the increased risk potentially of COVID spread during the Thanksgiving holidays. There were some who suggested that maybe it was a bit of an overreach to ask our families to voluntarily quarantine if they travel during the holidays or hosted large gatherings. But I believe that in asking our community to partner with us to do what it takes to reduce the risk of potential spread, it's the only way that we can keep our schools open. And so I still remain hopeful that we will have cooperation and support from our community in that regard. We continue to monitor the data. We know Thursday will be an update of the COVID numbers in our county, and we continue to work closely with the Maricopa County Department of Public Health. I had another conversation with Dr. Sonnenschein this afternoon, just in order to ensure that we have timely information to inform the next steps for our district. The next part with respect to the second semester is I know that there's a lot of angst or concern about a full day, 5-day schedule immediately after the New Year holiday. And I think it's important to remind our families and community members that the models that were approved by the board and that were presented for consideration included an opportunity to phase back in after the first of the year if the situation requires it. At the secondary level, we actually have 3 options. So we can phase in, we could start with a hybrid, or we could do full return. But it was always anticipated that the reality at the time of coming back in would guide the decisions and recommendations we make. So it's my intent that by the time we get to the end of the semester, we've got a board meeting on December 15th. I hope that we'll have enough information at that point to share with our families what we can expect as we head into the new year. There are a lot of unknowns, and we don't want to prematurely make a decision until we see what's actually happening at that time. But we are very cognizant of the angst that people feel in this current environment, and we're doing everything we can to continue to reinforce mitigation strategies and support keeping our schools open, given we know that our students benefit from that in-person learning. I know that there were also some questions about where we are with the cameras, and so I was able to get an update from Debbie Spalding today. We have 690 cameras installed already. We had 48 of the second order of cameras delivered yesterday, and the remaining 612 are scheduled to be here by Monday, November 30th. We're still waiting on a few of the cables for installation. I think Debbie had mentioned that that was the one part that was harder to get than even the cameras. But it looks like we're on track to be able to finish the installation during the winter break so that we'll be set for the second semester. Most of the cameras that have been requested in the high school and the middle school have been put in place. And one of the things that we're working to address is we've heard some concerns about students who are at home not being able to hear. And so there's some work being done to see if we can't get a second audio microphone in the classroom so that we can make sure that it's possible for students to hear not only the teacher but also classmates in a better way. So that work is ongoing and underway, but right now appears to be on track. And with that, I think that concludes my report.
Okay. Thank you. Also, on behalf of the governing board for tomorrow, the governing board wants to let our support staff know that we appreciate you, we recognize you, and we value all the effort and work that you put in at our schools to make this district run smoothly. A lot of times you're behind the scenes, but we want you to know that we recognize you. So thank you for all that you do. We will move on to public comment. So it appears that we do have some public comment. Fantastic. Thank you. This is public comment on consent agenda items and items not on the agenda. And our first, it'll be a 3-minute limit, and we have our Vice President Beckman will be doing our hand. Oh, we do have the digital on the screen, but we also have it manually if you'd like to. Becky Williams.
Thank you. Good evening, Dr. Menzel, President Beckham, Vice President Beckman, members of the governing board, and Ms. Wagner. I'm Becky Williams, and I'm speaking as the president of Scottsdale Education Association on behalf of many of our district certified staff. As educators, we find ourselves in the most trying time of our careers, balancing learning needs and mental and physical health of our students and ourselves and families. I am here to share what many of our educators are feeling and implore that you make sound decisions as we approach holidays and travel season. Experts looking at the COVID forecast project a sharp rise of cases after the Thanksgiving holiday. We know that many families will travel, and based on past actions, they may or may not choose to quarantine. We are already having a large number of students jump back and forth daily between virtual and in-person platforms due to quarantine needs. This instability is a struggle for both students and teachers and is only going to increase exponentially in the coming weeks as new cases enter our buildings. We have heard that the spread isn't happening in our schools, but we are all aware of students and staff who have contracted COVID since returning to buildings. The district is doing its best to trace and identify close contacts, but with the lack of systemic tracing in the larger community, it is hard to know where these cases originate. It is only a matter of time before the spread in our schools mirrors what is happening in our community. We do not have adequate sub-coverage when teaching staff does need to quarantine or becomes symptomatic or ill, and it is a challenge to say the least for subs to meet the needs of both our virtual and in-person students. Because of the high levels of opinion and emotions surrounding our current teaching situations, SEA sought additional input from certified staff in our district. We put out a simple and direct survey to all certified staff at 5:30 last evening, and as of 3:30 today, we had 675 individuals responding. 3 of the questions are relevant to our ask this evening. 60% of our respondents do not feel safe at school regarding COVID and their health. 67% of our respondents do not feel valued as employees in Scottsdale based on the handling of COVID. 70% of our respondents believe that returning a majority of our students to virtual learning after Thanksgiving for a prescribed period of time would be an appropriate mitigation strategy at this time. Our ask to show that student and staff health, safety, and well-being is a true priority is that every Thursday, Maricopa County Health updates the metric dashboard. Last week, Scottsdale was in red for cases over 100,000. If we are in red again this Thursday, we ask that it trigger an emergency governing board meeting with an appropriate agenda item to discuss and take action on a plan for the period after Thanksgiving break. Perhaps an imposed rather than suggested quarantine. Okay, I will stop. Thank you.
And Becky, if you'd like to send us the rest of that, you could just send it to the governing board if you'd like to. So thank you very much. The next individual is Trish Olson.
Good evening. Hello. My question was in regard to the half days for elementary in the second semester. And so many elementary parents were blindsided to find out that there would be half days in the second semester at elementary schools. It was made clear that middle schools and high schools would have half days during the presentation at the last board meeting. But when we received the communication from the district about second semester, elementary school was included in the half-day plan. I think that made things slightly confusing and incredibly unclear for parents and guardians, and in some cases has caused some distrust in the communication from the district. Since that communication was sent out, many of us have emailed and called to find out what this time would be used for. And we are happy to find out that it would be set aside to provide teachers what they need for collaboration and prep, as well as targeted intervention times during the school days for students that may need it. Many of us agree that while that is absolutely needed and important, we wish it could have been communicated more clearly. We realize that these are trying times and things change often, but please keep the lines of communication open and over-communicate. I'm not saying we want more surveys, but we take them, you know. And also, some of the parents I've been talking to were wondering why half-days couldn't be set on Fridays. But that was just a question I got right before I came into the meeting. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move right into information discussion items. We have discussion item A, Student Advisory Board 2020-21 presentation on Chaparral High School. Our presenters will be Dr. Melissa Sackos, Assistant Superintendent of Secondary Ed, Caroline Carter, President of the Student Advisory Board, who happens to be a Chaparral High School student, and Trex Jones, President-elect of the Advisory Board from Arcadia High School. And Dr. Menzel, do you have any comments?
I would like to say this is one of the most exciting parts of our agenda. We exist in the public education arena to serve the needs of students, and one of our goals this year is to elevate the voice of students, and I'm so grateful for Caroline and Trex serving on the Student Advisory Board. We do have a meeting tomorrow, and we've been meeting monthly, and they've done a fantastic job, and I'd like to just give a shout out to the rest of the members of the Student Advisory Board because they provide really useful feedback to us in our leadership role. I want to turn over to Dr. Sackos, who has taken the lead in facilitating that work.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Menzel, Madam President, members of the board, and to our distinguished two guests here, Caroline and Trex. I have now been able to facilitate and lead the Student Advisory Board for 2 years, and it's not only the best item on the agenda tonight, but it's actually the highlight of what I get to do in my job. So I'm glad I have my mask on so you can see my smile. With that, the Student Advisory Board, again, has been in existence for a number of years, but just fell under my umbrella a couple years ago, where Dr. Creekart became very involved as the superintendent, and Dr. Menzel is very involved as well. Standing to my left here is Caroline Carter. Caroline was the president-elect last year, and she is this year's president of the Student Advisory Board. And she's also a senior at Chaparral High School. To my right is Trex Jones. He's a sophomore currently attending Scottsdale Online for this semester, and he plans on going back to Arcadia second semester, and he's a junior at Arcadia this year. Sophomore, that's right, sophomore.
You just got promoted.
Yes, I just gave you a whole bunch of credits.
Thank you.
And the idea behind the president-elect is so they can get used to the Student Advisory Board, and then come into the next year and then lead the organization. So I won't take too much time talking about these amazing two students and all of our students, because you're going to get to meet them throughout the year with our reports. But I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Trex and Caroline to finish this presentation.
Hello. Hello, Madam President and members of the board. Hello, Dr. Menzel, and hello, Ms. Wagner. I am Trex Jones. And so tonight, I'm going to tell you what the Student Advisory Board is. The Student Advisory Board, or SAB, is a group of high school students from each school, including Scottsdale Online Learning, that comes together to problem solve and help shape the overall student's experience. Students meet monthly with SUSD district leadership to collaborate and share current concerns and opportunities to improve. The Student Advisory Board is organized with a president-elect, and one senator from each school. Tonight, the president and I, president-elect, will provide an overall introduction to the Student Advisory Board and share the first school report from Chaparral High School. Throughout the year, respective high school senators will come before the governing board and give an update about the schools. Now talking about Chaparral, in the survey, we had 296 people respond. The survey showed 70% were in person, 30% were in EDL, and 65% of respondents were in clubs or sports, 35% were in neither. The grade levels were pretty equally split, all being in the 20% range, and 53% of respondents said the 20-21 school year is doing good, 27% said no, and 21% say have no opinion. Now to Caroline Carter, President.
Thank you, Bio Wipe. Hello, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Menzel, Ms. Wagner, and guests. My name is Caroline Carter. I'm currently a senior at Chaparral High School, and I'm the president of the Student Advisory Board. Today, I'm representing Chaparral High School as our senator because they currently do not have one, but expect more presentations throughout the year from the various high schools. So the first question that was asked to the students was not going well in the school year. So you saw the question, like, how are you feeling? Some said yes, some said no, and some said no opinion. So these are why they said no to the responses. And these are all the consistent answers in the survey. So we had about 300 responses total, but these are the points that came up most often. So the first one is high levels of stress. Students, being in quarantine, they are feeling overworked, they're feeling stressed, and they're feeling no motivation to get out of their bed every day and do their schoolwork. Then concerns with the EDL structure. Students are feeling that there's limited communication between EDL students and teachers, and so that may be because they have a shorter time period in the afternoon and not enough while the teachers are teaching in the morning, they don't have enough time between the two because they have half of it. There's limited instruction in office hours, so then let's say a student is attending the in-person session in the morning and the teacher doesn't offer their online session in the afternoon, then they're confused, they don't know what's going on, they don't know what to do, they feel like there's not enough tutoring sessions, they don't feel like they have enough one-on-one with the teachers. The next is kind of vagueness in the assignments, and this kind of goes along with like the miscommunication. When they don't understand what's going on in class, then they can't understand their assignments either when it's not explained to them. Next is the complicated schedule. This means the constant switch between what their schedule is going to look like. So it started out with in-person goes in the morning and the EDL kids go in the afternoon. But you've been deciding, so we're going to switch. So some students listening to the live in the morning, some students stay in the afternoon, and it kind of complicates their schedule and they end up on Zoom all day or whatever platform they're on. And lastly, with why it's not going well, is technology in the classroom. And so the live stream cameras have been wonderful. Coming from an EDL student myself, they've been extremely helpful. The only issue that Dr. Menzel said before is the audio. We can't always hear what the teachers are saying if they walk away from their computers. And so I don't honestly know how the cameras work, but I don't think they have a microphone system implanted in them yet, but you said you're working on it. And lastly, physical safety. So as you know, Chaparral has been a COVID hotspot for a while now. And I have been EDL, so I haven't been there personally, but these are from the students who have been. They're saying students aren't wearing their masks properly, so they're wearing it down here, and they can't, and it's just kind of defeating the purpose of a mask entirely. There's limited social distancing between passing periods, and so in the morning, students are congregating in the middle, and it's just shoulder to shoulder, nothing in between. Same with the passing periods, same with the hallways. And lastly, in the classrooms, some of them are not distanced 3 feet apart, and our principal told us it was head to head, right? That's the 3 feet, not the desk to desk. Okay. Well, some desks were just touching each other and they're not distanced, and it made other students feel unsafe. The next question they asked was, what specific challenges have you noticed due to the COVID-19 pandemic? Again, the issue of motivation and stress has come again. In most people, if you're stuck at home for this long, you feel stressed, you feel overwhelmed, you feel almost depressed even to get out of bed and do your work every day. And so when teachers are assigning more work, it piles up and they get overworked and too stressed to even do it anymore. And then again, with the not enough structure, they're feeling so overwhelmed already, and then the EDL is confusing to them and they don't even know what's going on, and their grades start to drop. The second point is the lack of social connection. So as sad as it is, we can't attend football games or homecoming or other school events that make school, like it's fun. And so kids are very sad about that. As a senior myself, I haven't been able to participate in these activities that I've been looking forward to for forever, which is of course very sad, and I know there's nothing we can do about it, but just something that people have been very sad about. And also, within the freshmen, they're coming from so many different middle schools, they don't know anybody and they have no friends, and they're not making any because they can't hang out with anybody outside of school, or they're online, or it's just all new to them, and it's very scary. I myself came from a charter middle school. I had no friends coming in, and so I can imagine as a freshman it would be very intimidating. And lastly, the limited club advertisement. So as we saw before, a bunch of kids at our school are involved in sports and clubs, and so they make up a very large portion of our school, and usually we have a club rush, but we didn't this year, and so students are feeling, how is that working out? We don't know what to do. We don't know what's going on with that. And they feel sad that they're not being able to participate in that this year because of the lack of information given. Again, with the physical safety, they're concerned with the high COVID cases and the lack of social distancing at our school. Students are feeling unsafe, and they're transferring to EDL because they feel unsafe. Next is the grading inconsistencies. This has come up a lot in the survey, is between the teacher expectations with EDL and the in-person students. And so that could be what a teacher wants for an in-person student could be different what they want from the EDL student, and it could get mixed up between the two and they don't know what's happening anymore. And then when their grade goes down and they're unsure of why, then they're left with no answer. And lastly, the contract chasing issues. So at Chaparral, it's been an issue because students are being exposed. But, if someone tests positive and they're sitting around them, then that's an exposure. And they're being notified of that a week later. And so that's not the correct quarantining guidelines. And so they're being notified a week later and then asked to quarantine for a week, which doesn't follow and doesn't really make sense. Sometimes it's been even longer than a week or shorter, and it gets confusing. And to the students, it seems like, why are we even quarantining if it's coming so late? And they feel upset by it. Next, we asked the question of, what do you think are recommendations for improving the overall educational experience at Chaparral currently? One of the biggest things that came up was maintaining the current 3-period schedule for next semester. And so the students' schedules have been changing so often and that it feels so abnormal. And they want to have something that feels familiar to them. And so to change the schedules again and change that again will make them feel even more stressed and overwhelmed than they already are. This also allows more time for jobs, extracurriculars, homework, especially if you're a dedicated athlete. You're in charge of a lot of things at home. It allows more time for that and is very useful. And also from prior meetings with the SAB, we've heard that the laptops will not hold the charge all day if we return to a full day in person, so that could be problematic in the future. Next is improving EDL structure and live streaming the classes for all the EDL students. And so it's much more useful to be present in the classroom rather than you get half of the information in a synopsis in the afternoon, because then it's your job to be in charge of the work, to make it up, to kind of teach it yourself, and that's hard when you don't know calculus. How are you supposed to learn calculus on your own? Definitely improving the microphones, as you said before. It's really hard to engage in class discussion, with teacher discussion, when you can't even hear your own students talking on a subject. Also, maybe helping the teachers with the technology given to them. Sometimes, I don't know how the cameras work completely, but I think they work by where you are, what they hear, they move. And sometimes it's facing the wrong thing, and then you're just looking at a wall when you should be looking at the board. And that's like, oh, well, why is this even here? But definitely teaching them how to work, maybe using the microphones that go around their necks, that's helpful too. And also just paying equal attention to the EDL kids as well as the in-person kids with the teachers. I've heard bias between teachers who are feeling good about going back, who are feeling not good about going back, and there's some sort of bias going on there, like, oh, some kids can use their notes at their home, some can't. It's up and down. And lastly, people are really asking for flexibility and understanding with teachers. So since students have been depressed and stressed and overworked and so unmotivated, they're just asking for flexibility with late work without penalty. And so they are asking, there could be some with like some percentage decrease, but taking late work at the end of the semester or at a certain date would allow them to receive at least some credit for the work that they may not have turned in during a time where they're not doing so well. And then understanding from the teachers and staff the uncertainty of the students' lives right now. As we all know, the COVID pandemic is extremely crazy, and it not only affects the teachers, but it also affects the students' lives individually. And so students have a bunch of things going on at home, and the constant switch between EDL, in-person, quarantining or not, it's a lot. And for teachers to understand that would be tremendous. And finally, lastly, this came up, having final projects instead of finals exam this year, just how last year in fourth quarter it was when the COVID pandemic broke out. They said to change it to project-based instead of exam-based, and that was really nice, and some students have asked for that again. This is the last question, and to end on a happier note, what are your points of pride at Chaparral High School? And our number one is our academics. They're proud of the AP and honors courses that are given at the school, and they're proud of it, and they like it. Next, of course, is sports and school spirit. Chaparral has always been a very sport-oriented school, and they're extremely spirited about that. Next is extracurricular activities, and the last would be teachers and staff on their points of pride. So this is what we've taken for our action. We met with Principal Dreifert before this meeting to discuss the survey results, and we are planning, and with other Chaparral staff, And also in the future, we're going to be sending out this survey to all the other high schools in the SUSD to provide this same sort of presentation again, so that you all can get some input. And also, we're going to add the question of what is going well, so it's a little bit more lighthearted next time. We're sorry, we didn't realize it when we made it. And then the Student Advisory Board will continue to meet monthly with the district administration and continue to work out the problems. And we will continually report our discussions to the governing board from each high school senator. So, thank you so much for listening.
And Trex, I want to, that's okay, that's why I'm bringing you back. But I want to, what we do at this point too in an information discussion is we'll ask the board members if they have any questions or comments. But I want to thank you so much. It's not easy coming up here, but also you were talking about a very serious subject. And so I want to appreciate, well, that the district is wanting to hear and value your opinions, but that you're willing to put together such a comprehensive survey and come forward and talk about a serious subject. And I think that possibly the question we were going to ask is, what are the next steps that we're going to see? Because we don't want you just to have voicing these opinions. We want to be able to see, work together to see if there can resolve some of the concerns or issues you might have. So I really appreciate you having that next steps in there. And your sources of pride with the district were fantastic. So we'll open it up to the rest of the board members. Board Member Kravitz.
Well, thank you very much for that survey. I appreciate the feedback and the students' candor. And also thank you for including recommendations. I just want to make sure that I heard you correctly. So the students who are continuing with EDL, most of their responses with regard to learning online, this occurred since the cameras were installed?
The audio problems?
Yeah, the audio problems.
Yes, because before what they were doing is they weren't in school yet, and so they were either teaching from home or they were in their classrooms talking directly to the computer.
Right.
And so, you know, when you're talking directly to the computer, the audio goes directly in there.
Oh, okay.
And you can hear it from there. Yeah, and then the problem with the cameras is that there's no microphone within it, and so when, let's say I was talking all the way over there, you wouldn't be able to hear me as well because I'm not speaking directly into the microphone. Okay. And let's say the students are all the way over there and you can't hear what they're discussing with the teacher, and it comes in and out unless they're closer to the computer.
Now do teachers, refresh my memory, at Chaparral, do they use the audio enhancement systems there?
Yeah,
so does that help? Does that seem to help or not help?
Yeah, I've noticed that it helped in a few of my classes.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you. And then when will the Student Advisory Board be surveying the other high schools? Because I think that's a really important part to have the whole complete picture.
So we have 5 others to do, and we're going to be surveying them before each of the next governing board meetings.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Sorry, we have 5 more to do, and we're going to be surveying them before each of the next governing board meetings. So we don't know. Do you know which one is going next?
I can't remember, but I mean, because to me, the sooner the better, because, you know, in an ideal world, we'd have this done before the beginning of the next semester. So.
Oh, okay. Well, for now,
I mean, you know, I'm not running Student Advisory Board. I'm just.
Yeah. Well, for now, we were planning on, let's say, Saguaro is next. We'd survey them about a week before the next governing board meeting. I think in December, right? Mm-hmm. And to have this same type of presentation in December, and then from then on with the rest of the schools.
Okay, great. That's wonderful. And then you met with Principal Dryford.
Yeah, yesterday.
And what kind of feedback did you get from him? I think it's great that he sees this and that the teachers and staff at the high school see this as well. So was this information going to be shared? I mean, obviously if they're watching tonight, they see the results, but how is the information being shared, and what are the next steps that the principal is taking?
I'm not sure what the next steps the principal is taking, but I know that he's taken our information into consideration and greatly appreciated it.
Thank you.
So I might be able to help with that just a little bit. We actually have our meeting tomorrow for the Student Advisory Board, and we'll go ahead and talk about what our first survey was like, and then talk about whether or not we want to do this prior to the break with all the high schools, and get this information to the governing board, prior to going on December break. One of our plans is to continue update reports from each school with the senators coming forward. And that will be, our original intent was moreover to talk about their school itself and points of pride. And so this really, and again, Chaparral, I thank you, Principal Dreifert, he's with us to answer any questions himself. Sorry, you're up there. But he is with us. But in part of the action steps, if you go back a slide, he was going to be talking to his staff, sharing the survey results with his staff, and then he'll continue to collaborate with the district departments for process improvement.
No, this is really, great information, I think, so it's important to know how it's being used at the site and what the district can also learn from this. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, Vice President Beckman.
Just a short, again, thank you, just like everyone said, it's not easy to get up there. To that point of sharing, I'm curious how we are going to put this, are we going to be able to share this, for instance, on our website? I think it's important for us as a district to see it, and the schools to see it, and the staff to see it, so we're all on the same page with the students. But I think it's important for some parents to see it as well, because we commonly have a disconnect with our kids. I know I will think my kids are feeling a certain way, and especially in this environment, and then I ask them, and they're in high school too, and I'm shocked a lot of times by their response about where their concerns really are. So I think it would be beneficial maybe to have it on our website as we go by each school of what the responses are. We had a study not too long ago that showed that what our adults thought in this district was really going on was quite different than what our students were thinking. And so I think that it might do well to put us all kind of back on that same page.
Yeah, and that's one of the main points of the student advisory board itself, is to get all opinions from a student's point of view, to report back to the teachers for what they don't know.
The best view. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And Board Member Greenberg.
So this is more of a question for Dr. Menzel and Dr. Sakos, but with these reports as they come out, I assume that it won't just be principle-based and site-based, but will be taking into consideration decisions that are moving forward for all of our schools.
Yes, that's the primary purpose of gathering the information, is to inform future decisions. And I was just going to point out to Vice President Beckman's comment, we do have a student advisory board page on our website that's under the superintendent category that we can populate. They're working on, putting together a logo, some other things, because we want to elevate that voice. But I see it both short-term, what's happening now and what can we do in the immediate present to be able to address concerns, but also longer term. So you think about your full 4 years of high school experience, what are the things that we should be thinking about for the future, and elevating that as part of our long-range planning process. So not only in terms of what's happening this year, but also into the future.
Thank you. And thank you guys. I don't know if I don't speak for the board, but I'm hopeful they share my sentiment that, our work is ultimately about you all and your fellow students, and it really is kind of meaningless to me to have these meetings year and year and year without getting that input and without listening to you. And there are many districts across the United States that have an honorary board member, student board member, to speak, as well as sometimes teacher. But this system where you guys are meeting, getting this data, presenting to us, I'm very excited about it, and I'm very optimistic, and I thank you both for taking the time to serve on this and do this. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So yes, thank you, Trex, and thank you, Caroline. As I was introducing Trex and Caroline to some principals prior to the meeting, I had one principal say, name unannounced, would say, wow, what you're doing tonight is something that some of us principals have never done. You're going before the governing board. So I certainly hope that didn't put any nerves in you, but you guys both did an excellent job. And we value all the feedback, and we're looking forward to bringing back more information, again, to elevate that student voice. So I just want to thank you. Well done.
Before we move on to the next topic, can I invite Debbie Spalding just to provide some more information on the audio, because I know that's been an ongoing issue with the cameras, and she can provide a little bit more update in terms of where we are and what improvements we're working on.
Hi, thank you. For the EDL streaming cameras, we are attaching those to the audio enhancement systems in the classroom. And so that way the teacher can be heard very well for the EDL students. So it sounds like we need to get a little bit more information and possibly some training out there for the teachers on how to select the proper microphones so that they can be heard well on the conference call. And then also we can attach the audio enhancement directly to the computer for people that don't have cameras as well. So we'll work on getting information from the schools on rooms that might be necessary, and then we'll order the proper supplies to make it work better. So thank you very much for all the feedback on the sound, because we definitely want it to work better. There's also just a little piece on actually wearing the microphone properly. Right. It's a big deal if you have it hanging down 6 inches from your chin, it's not going to pick up your sound. But if you wear it almost like a bolo tie, it's going to pick up really well. So we'll work on that with the teachers. Thank you for the input.
Thank you, Debbie.
Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. Dr. Menzel, is there anything else that you'd like to? Okay. All right, we'll move on to information item B. Approval of revisions to the middle school and high school planning guides for the 2022 school year. And our presenter is Ms. Cheryl Redner, Executive Director of Teaching and Learning.
Good evening, President Beckham, Vice President Beckman, members of the board, Dr. Menzel, Mrs. Wagner. It's a privilege to present to you the recommendations for the 2021-2022 middle and high school planning guides, as well as a brief overview of the process and some highlights of our recommendations for your approval. I can't believe that this is less exciting than the last one, but I'll try to make this exciting. First of all, I want to take a moment to thank our committee, many of which are with us virtually. They really did an outstanding job of meeting with us. We met over the course of 6 weeks, and we met approximately 5 to 7 times. We had in all of the meetings, either in high school, the Ed Services Assistant Principal, the counselors, and the instructional specialists as necessary. Debbie Hune, my administrative assistant, Lindsay Stoller-Slover, who works in Ed Services, Kelly Hansen and Stacy Gabrielson are both in the similar department, so they kept us in line as well. And again, with everything going on, I can't even tell you how happy it makes me to actually talk about instruction and the input that they have and really moving forward as we start to think about next year. So the first thing, and this is going to be a brief overview of some highlights, is I want to talk about our pre-AP pilot and the update to that. So currently, you approved the pre-AP program in 4 of our schools this year to be implemented starting in August. Cheyenne, Copper Ridge, Tonalea, and Coronado High School all started with that program this year. We had the opportunity to really watch students make some gains as they access this curriculum in an open access situation. We have anecdotal evidence where we're seeing growth, not just from students, but from our teachers as well, as that rigor increases in the classrooms and with their teaching strategies. The framework provided by the College Board really lends itself to help students decide which pathway is opening for them, and it's a really great opportunity for them to be exposed to the curriculum and use our Scottsdale School District maps and Arizona State Standards curriculum as well. This is a framework, and so our recommendation tonight is to include that expansion from all the pilot schools to offer it at all of our secondary schools in the district. I'm going to talk about a couple of just brief highlights in middle level. In 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, we are recommending to add an art class that involves that 6th or 7th or 8th or 8th grade students can participate in. It was created to increase the flexibility for our students. It lifts the prerequisites off those classes so that students, let's say in 8th grade, who didn't have a chance to take art previously, are able to participate with their like-graded peers, and more students can participate in our arts programs. In our gifted opportunities, I'm really excited about this, to really focus on our gifted electives in our middle level, and it gives them the opportunity to work with like-minded peers in a project-based learning environment. Those courses are going to include investigations in engineering, visual arts integration, architecture, as well as student-independent investigation. Also, schools can choose to offer the Gifted Humanity elective, which provides the gifted learners the opportunity to delve deeply into the text and explore content. Our department, led by Karen Brown, will continue to add professional development for our teachers, our gifted teachers on the campuses, as well as our content specialists on those campuses, to give those students the opportunities available to them. And that acceleration of pace, as well as enrichment in the honor structure, will really support student engagement for our gifted learners. And last but not least, I'm just going to talk a little bit about a couple of highlights in high school. Our CTE director, along with her group of teachers, is recommending the Introduction to Criminal Justice and the Advanced Criminal Justice courses, which will be a 2-year course, and taking it out of the elective realm and aligning it to CTE. So it gives students who are interested in that public law the opportunity to participate in those courses. I talked a little bit about the pre-AP courses, and that's going to open to the courses recommended are science and math and social studies. And then the last course I want to talk for a moment about is the Holocaust and Genocide Studies class. That's a class that we're recommending to offer in grades 10 through 12. It's currently a state mandate for students, and this particular class will go deeper into the topic for what's possible in the world history course, and those students will be offered a half a social studies credit at that time. So that's a very brief overview for you. With that, I thank you so much for your support and look forward to your feedback.
All right, thank you very much. Let me just make one quick note. Board members, do you have any questions or comments? Board Member Kravitz.
I just had one question or comment. In the middle school planning guide, it says each middle school is aligned with its respective high school to allow curriculum articulation and a smooth transition to the next level of education. Then it goes on. But this does not, correct me, when I read that, I got nervous that people would read that and say, if I go, let's say, to Cocopah, then my best route is to continue on to Chaparral. And that may be, but there are some parents that may want to choose another high school for their child. So we are not saying that if you go to Cocopah, you are not prepared for any of our other high schools. I understand there are caveats where if you're going to Mountainside and you're an IB middle years program at Mountainside, then your best bet if you want to continue with IB is Desert Mountain High School, go Wolves. But I just wanted to make that clear that
you're absolutely
no matter
right.
which middle school you are at, you do still have the option to attend any of our high schools, because I'm concerned that some people may opt, well, I don't really want to go to the high school in my learning community, that someone may opt to go to a high school outside of our community.
And you're absolutely right. But the IB program that you saw tonight is a great example. That's where that particular program is offered. But middle level is a great time to offer those exploratory classes and opportunities. So they're prepared to go to any high school, but in a particular program such as IB as the current example, that would be your best choice.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I have a couple of questions. Can you, is the pre-IB is only for high school, not middle school? Or
Pre-IB?
Excuse me, you said IB. Pre-AP.
We offered it in middle school this year, and we offered it in algebra.
Right. And
So those are credit-bearing classes.
Okay, and so those were the pilot programs?
Correct.
At those 4 schools. And now you're going to expand it. Do any of those expand to the middle school? So will every middle school then also have pre-AP courses?
They will have the opportunity to offer those courses.
Okay, so this is an opportunity. So how does that process work?
So it's a conversation with the principal and their staff. So I had the chance to talk to Mr. Asmussen next door today, and it's something that he really wants to look into, but you have to make sure your teachers are ready. It's quite an extensive training program, so you want to make sure those teachers are ready to go through that process and make sure that they're really all in. It's work, it's different. So it's going to be dependent on the leadership on that campus. And they will have that opportunity. Those principals, and I have many conversations about it. It's one of the best parts of my day to have those academic conversations.
So even though it's in the planning guide, in case parents are looking at it, it doesn't mean that it's offered at every school. So
Right.
you will need to check with that specific school.
Correct. And the schools each have a registration form unique to their school. So I'll use IB again because that's a great example. That IB is not going to be listed, for example, at Chaparral because that's not a choice at Chaparral. So it's unique to their school.
Okay. And then my second question, because I know with AP, the teachers get specific training to be a qualified AP teacher. So do pre-AP teachers need to have special training also to get qualified? And then we going to need to be appropriating specific funds for that training?
Yes, and that comes out of the curriculum budget.
Oh, okay, but it's already in the budget?
Yes.
So it's not something that's additional? Okay, all right, thank you for that. And
Can I add something also?
Oh, please do.
Not only do the teachers get trained, but the principals do as well. So it really gives them a way to capture their walkthroughs and what they're looking at, those communications with their teachers, and being able to have conversations with parents as well, is why a child might best benefit from that program.
Now, so the one little caveat that may be a little different is that right now, some of those pre-APs are an opportunity for schools to take, except for in the high school level, next year, it's not just an opportunity. The freshman English classes will be changing to pre-AP, or is it just an opportunity for that school to change?
If the school is offering it, that's part of the program. It will be part of it. And so, for example, at Coronado this year, that was what they offered.
Right, but right now, not all 5 high schools are going to be offering it. It is in this next spring semester, those principals will be looking into it, so it's actually just an opportunity. I wanted to make that clear because I didn't quite understand that. I thought it was just going to be being offered automatically, so it's not.
It's entirely up to the campus.
Okay. And can you speak to, we've had a pilot, it's obviously under COVID circumstances, but can you speak to it in a little bit more depth? Obviously, it must be going well. Otherwise, we wouldn't be looking at providing that opportunity to the schools. So if you can speak to, some of the reasons that you as a committee decided that it should be offered to our students.
Sure, and I'll start the conversation, and then some of my friends up above or wherever they sit virtually will join in. A couple of our, so we've had anecdotally a lot of positive feedback, and I'll have Melinda Skletek from Coronado talk about just conversations she shared with me today where she's talking to teachers, and not only is it benefiting the students, but the teachers are raising their level of rigor as well. So it's really exciting. She has shared with me where students, when she's in a classroom or watching a classroom, where students are really raising that level of discourse within that conversation. The feedback has been extremely positive. Let me have her join in. So Melinda, are you with me?
Yeah, I'm here.
Do you want to talk a minute about some of the things you've seen in the classrooms, please?
Sure. So after I went through training this summer, I wasn't quite sure, especially with COVID, what I would expect to see in the classroom. But I think the most noticeable difference is the way that students are interacting with the material. They have really upped their game, so to speak, in terms of their ability to closely observe and analyze a text. Their writing is getting stronger. My English 1 teachers are saying that within the first quarter, they could see a noticeable difference in the students' ability to read and write well, and that they're moving quicker towards mastery than they have in previous school years. Additionally, my social studies team has shared that the academic conversations between students have been stronger. And I've also seen this in English classes as well. I was in a class on Friday where sophomores were working through a piece, participating in a close observation and analysis activity, and they were engaging in such a strong academic discourse that I honestly believed that I could have been in an honors class. And kids were so engaged in the material, and they were proving what they were discussing and sharing. And that is something that was really amazing to see in the classroom, especially during this time. I can only imagine what we're going to see when things settle down.
Thank you. So that's an example. It's really exciting to hear about.
It is, and I really appreciate you, Melinda, coming on to the meeting and explaining it. It makes it more real and exciting when you can hear from, not that you're not, but the teacher in the classroom who's living it. We can hear the passion in your voice, so I appreciate that. So I guess the last question I have is to ask, and even though I'm going off the board, is that next step. So the next step is that this would come, well, we actually don't have to approve this, I guess, but what we do is we approve it as a practice, so that we would be bringing it back next month to actually have us approve it. So if you think about any other questions, please go ahead and then bring them to Cheryl. But I'll just finish my thought and then I'll call on you. And that is because this is quite exciting, and it's an opportunity. I would love to hear if it's March or April when these schools decide if they're going to do them, if you'll bring it back and do kind of an update and let the board know who is going to be offering those classes, and if maybe a school's not next year, but maybe they're going to be looking the following year, just to continue to provide updates. That would be fantastic. Of course. All right, thank you. Board Member Beckman.
It's just a comment, kind of periphery to this discussion. So when I was running for this school board, I decided to be a big nerd one day and read the entire high school planning guide and the middle school planning guide. And my kids were in middle school at the time, and it was unbelievably boring but enlightening. I went through it systematically, and there were things in there that I thought I knew but I didn't know with regard to all of our programs, et cetera. And I think sometimes in education, and again, I'm speaking from that parent voice, that we get so used to throwing these terms around and we forget that there are parents out there, especially at the elementary going into the middle level, that really don't understand the difference between your general English class, your honors ELA class, your AP ELA class, and don't know what the best direction is for their student. And they're told they should talk to their counselors, and our counselors are overloaded, and they really don't understand it. So I would ask, and again, it's a little bit buried on our website, that we make that conversation a little bit more visible and the planning guides a little bit, because they don't. So you have parents out there kind of talking to friends and getting information and maybe putting their kids on the wrong track. And so, again, that communication for me around this is critical.
I agree with you, and I understand, having been a parent in this district, it's overwhelming. I understand. Our counselors do a phenomenal job.
They
and
do.
I know that, there's never enough, but you have approved the addition of counselors, which is huge. The counselors on our committee, who are the ones I've dealt with in this particular instance, they're brilliant, and they're really taking the time to listen and answer those questions, and we talked a little bit about that. So I would encourage us to continue with that pathway, if you will, and encourage those conversations with our families, with those counselors, with current teachers. And this is such a peculiar year, of course, but the middle schools, the high schools go down to the middle schools and capture those kids and do presentations and invite them up. And they've adjusted to this year called COVID. And again, our middle levels go down to the elementaries, but it's overwhelming for, at best, a parent. So I understand that. But you're right. I'll try to be more exciting next year. Clearly, I've set the bar pretty low on that.
Well, so we're in the same boat, because I always read all the planning guides and whatnot with my kids also. So, and I read this one again, and that is, I'll just add that I met with Cheryl and with Dr. Guerin to talk about how can we make it as user-friendly, how can we make some of maybe the charts more exciting and interactive, and as communicative as possible, adding more narrative to them. So that's the beginning of a conversation.
Well, not to keep belaboring this, but there are some important things. I mean, when you have, for instance, when you take Algebra 1 in 8th grade, and then you choose to whether you want to accept it as a high school class or not. I mean, those are decisions that parents need to be fully informed about, before they just jump in and say, yeah, my kid's good at math, I'm going to put him there, and then we'll take it as a high school class. I mean, they're asking each other, and the more information, as we always say, the better, right?
That's right. Okay. Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Sounds like we'll just be bringing it back on to either consent or action item.
Yes, the plan would be to bring it back on consent unless you have specific questions you want to address. And in the meantime, send any additional feedback to Cheryl.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right, we'll move on to discussion item C, open enrollment annual update. We welcome Dr. Kim Guerin, Assistant Superintendent, and Dr. E.B. Hagigat, Assistant Superintendent.
See Dr. Sackos.
Dr. Sackos just walked up.
Yeah, Cheryl walked by and said, I think you'll be more exciting than the other two, so give it a whirl.
Okay.
I'm kidding.
Give it up to present. Oh, there you are. You're on my next page. I apologize. There you are. Melissa.
It's okay. All right. Madam President, members of the board, great to be before you here again this evening. I'm here to present the annual open enrollment and capacity update. The first several slides that you're going to see are very familiar to you, but I feel that I need to make sure to go through those so that our audience does understand how we determine excess capacity. The first slide here before you is, gives you an idea of somewhat of a backward design of how we back up, our predicting and our planning for open enrollment and all of our timelines. So this is something that Dr. Guerin and her team put together last year, and I won't spend a lot of time on it, but what's important to know is that the end game there in February 21st is that creation of that master schedule. And so just on the heels of the high school planning guide and middle school planning guide, it is very important that we develop a master schedule based on students' requests and needs. And so as they go through this dynamic high school planning guide with all the different opportunities, that schedule is built on what our students are requesting to do and what they need to do. So this next slide here is just a reminder that JFB annual capacity estimate, the superintendent or superintendent's designee shall, by December 1st of each year, estimate how much excess capacity may exist to accept transfer students and shall report the estimate of excess capacity to the board. The estimate of excess capacity shall be made for each school, grade level, and program, which I will be doing here tonight. And as a reminder, this JFB was something that was policy and regulation is something that was just updated last year. With that, we revised that capacity language. We simplified the enrollment language, added open enrollment regulation, added exhibit related to necessary steps required to revoke the open enrollment status of students, added a checklist of documents required during the 10-day enrollment window after acceptance, and school choice language added. And again, that was the revisions from this past year as a quick overview. Another, hopefully, quick overview is how do we determine excess capacity? And there are some criteria and definitions that I'll briefly go over. Classroom criteria is the minimum size for a standard classroom, and that is 750 square feet or more. There are limited exceptions in some of our buildings, and I'll talk about Chaparral a little later, where the A building that was not remodeled has classrooms that are below that, but we're still being used for world language that we have considerations for as well. But for the most part, it's that 750 square feet criteria. Program capacity, an example here with elementary is program capacity is calculated by the staffing standard for each grade level, multiplied by the number of sections. So the example here is for first grade with the class size of 26, 4 sections, 4 teachers, that grade level program capacity is 104. For secondary, middle school, and high school, it's a lot different. We have to look at the program or utilization capacity, and we calculate by 0.85 to look at what is truly the utilization, and that takes into account a teacher's prep during the day and classes and spaces that are non-student use. So for instance, every classroom that a teacher has a 1 prep period. So if we did not calculate by that 0.85 factor, then it would assume that there's classes all day long in that classroom. Program capacity is the number of students accommodated in each classroom without significant physical alterations. Specialized space, that it's not included in program capacity, includes without limitation office spaces, libraries, workrooms, bookstores, computer lab, cafeteria. Rooms that are less than 750 square feet, and like I said, there's just a couple of exceptions in some of our schools. Rooms used for ELL, for special education, because those rooms, of course, are typically pull-out, and we're not calculating those as having a full class every single period, and many of them are below that 750 square feet footage. And then athletic spaces such as locker rooms, weight rooms, storage, et cetera. The staffing standard that we used has remained the same over the last several years, and I'm not going to read those to you, but you can see from kinder to secondary, and with the high school, please note that the class size for science for lab classes is 1 less than the standard class size. As you maybe remember last year from our exercise, we did take and look at school by school, looking at the maps, looking at the square footage, and what we reported to you is very similar to what you're seeing now. But I do want to point out just a couple of things, and these next few slides will be going through each learning community. But if you look at this first slide here, our program capacity will typically remain the same unless there's one of 3 things. Unless there was a physical altercation, a building either built or destroyed on that campus. If there was a program change, so say we took several rooms and used it for a special education program in which we would not calculate, or we took out a special education program, that would alter the change. And then in this first slide here, we did reduce the Arcadia capacity to 1750 last year, considering the concerns with the traffic flow and the proximity to Indian School. What is also different about this year is we wanted to really look at the 40th day numbers specific to students that were in person, EDL, and Scottsdale Online, to make sure that we took into account that many of these students will likely come back. We expect many of our students to stay in Scottsdale Online next year, but we wanted to account for those that would come back. So this number here in this first column, or the middle column, allows for all of the students calculated at the 40th day in each one of those selected choices. So EDL, in-person, Scottsdale Online. This next column here, this projected enrollment, this is where Dr. Bowman does his magic. He has a calculation that considers the roll-up of students from the previous grade level and accounts for students who may return. So it's a calculation that he is here to be able to explain if there is any questions, but I think that there was some clarification already provided. And we put these side by side just to see the comparison, because it's a very different year. And I'll point out here that if you look at Arcadia, if you look at all of the numbers totaling up here of students that are tied to the school that could be back as 1725, but the calculation shows 1629 because it has an outgoing senior class much larger than what we're projecting for an incoming freshman class. And note that this year's freshman class will be sophomore class, and it's much smaller as well. So there's that domino effect. So I wanted to point that out. So what we did is we looked at our excess capacity is based on program capacity minus the projected enrollment based on Dr. Bowman's calculations, and you can see the excess capacity off to the right for Arcadia Learning Community. I'll go ahead and go to the next learning community.
So.
Oh, do you want to ask questions by each one?
Go ahead and ask.
Yeah, because, yeah, because each slide has if that's okay.
Yes, Board Member Greenberg.
So specifically for Arcadia High School, we put in a freeze on open enrollment that is supposed to end this year. And I believe that community wants it to end because I don't think they particularly supported it in the first place. Their issue was a little different than what we ended up implementing. Is that freeze going to be lifted, and are we going to accept open enrollment for students for next year?
So we did have a conversation with members from the Arcadia community, and there's still concern about how many students Arcadia High School can accommodate, and some concern about underestimating how many will enroll. So I think it's a qualified answer that we're working to ensure that we don't exceed the capacity limits, but that we have a process in place for being able to accept open enrollment, but not getting back to a place where we, 2 years ago, the reason why we have the freeze, what precipitated that was not falling within these guidelines, and we had a lot more students than anticipated, and the problems, I think, are well known. So it's finding the right balance has been our conversation.
Okay, because I having been on that campus and during that time, the main issue, in fact, academically, was walking through those classrooms was the science classrooms because of the programs we had there, that they just, all of that did not work. So that entire department had struggled really to provide those courses and provide them properly to the students. I mean, it was significant, but I guess one of my concerns is that we have that limit. We had more than 1,750 there when this was all done. We have adjusted it so that specially adjusted that school, not be like Echo Canyon because of the classroom space, but we've adjusted it for different reasons. We've lowered it, and there was some odd promise made by a previous superintendent years ago. And so what I'm concerned about is that if we don't do the tours and don't invite people and don't at least offer the application out, even if we end up saying, oh, you know, we're at capacity so we can't accept you, that would be a really big problem. Because if we are under enrolled, then we've just squandered an opportunity to bring in students, many of whom, you know, there are a lot of families I still know whose children, whose like older son or older daughter is at the school and they want to bring their daughter, you know, so it's always been kind of a concern to me, and I don't, you know, I've not met with the Arcadia community this year, but the previous year committees were concerned about just the complete freeze because it did mean we were no longer advertising the school, we weren't doing tours, we weren't doing any of that. So we did stop for a period. We had to ask that they allow it again. There was a lot going on. So I just want to make sure that we have a message to tell people who are interested in applying to Arcadia that there is going to be some application process, and whether the amount of students we can take, we don't know, but that they can apply for this and that is available.
Yes, that's accurate.
Okay. All right.
Board Member, Vice President Beckman.
So this may be a Dr. Bowman question. So the difficulty I find in the forecasting here is that when we look at the 1013 numbers, the in-person, EDL, and SOL, we're setting our projection based on that, and not what is not included in that are our students that have left to go to another educational provider that we don't know if they will return. So The difficulty is, these are the numbers, I believe, Dr. Bowman, and you are projecting from there. Yet, if we go from there and project down for 2021, 22, and then you say this is where we think we'll be, and this is the excess program capacity, where are you should we come out of this COVID environment and you have a bunch of families that decide to come back that live in the district, for instance, like in Arcadia, that have gone to somewhere else, and then there's the potential issue. So I know the discussion currently with the Arcadia community is to make sure that that dial is finely tuned, and that if there is an open application process, that maybe it's pushed off a little, well, the application is fine, but that maybe there's something like a wait list or something along those lines, and that we don't just accept a bunch of students based on the program capacity as put out there today, and then turn around, come out of COVID, and find out that a lot of people that lived in those neighborhoods that had gone to somewhere like ASU Digital Prep or something like that decided to come back to school at Arcadia. And then we find ourselves back at that 1,800 number.
So is there a question there?
That is my
Bowman.
question about like how he set that, first of all, and then I kind of made it not a question, sorry.
Right.
But is that true, in fact, that you are setting your analysis at this level at 10, 13, 20s numbers? And your projection?
So, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
So the best I can do is what we had on the 40th day that had students attached to SUSD. I don't know, I don't have the crystal ball to make that prediction on families that chose to leave to private or other endeavors that would come back. And if we have conditions change in our community, much like any other school district across the nation, then we'll have to adjust that.
Right.
These are nothing but a best guess at this point in time to make a projection for next year based on 40th day from this year, to include all students who were originally in their home school, who the families chose either EDL, SOL, or they remained in person. And I agree with you that that may happen. I don't know how to account for, as of today, I don't know how to account for making a guess that, we might get 20 back here, 30 back there, 40 back here. So I think the safest way, and it's a very conservative number, was to make a projection based on the 40th day this year for all students who we could account for that were in their home school.
So can you go back to the last slide? Because I'm going to put data.
Arcadia
to
Learning Community slide.
Yes, I'm going to put data to the question. So the numbers that we're going to be using is that we are predicting that there will be 1,629 students enrolling, so that there would be an excess of 121 students. So the question is, on December, if 121 students apply on December 1, will we be accepting with a firm letter that you can come to Arcadia for 121 students? So that's question one. The next question is come March, when we start to have it rolling in, and now we have 715 students within boundaries signed up, what's going to happen to that 121 students that have been accepted, yet we're already at the 1,750 capacity number? So what will be the process in which how it will be handled?
So I think that is the critical question, and so there is a process spelled out in the policy related to a wait list. And so one of the things that we have to do is figure out where we feel confident in between the numbers in terms of the conservative estimate that Dr. Bowman's provided and the potential for return. So I actually sent out communication to see if principal has information on the students who have left that haven't moved out of the area, so that we might be able to have a proxy number that at least gives us some sense of what that in-between number might be. So it's possible, for example, we have 7 levels of acceptance and priority for a school of choice. In the first 6, there might have been less than 30 students that would have qualified. That's not likely to tip the balance. You might be able to say yes to that first group, and you might want to wait list the rest until you see what enrollment looks like so that you don't end up in an oversubscribed position. And so that's part of the balancing act that we have to implement.
So what I just heard then is instead of accepting 121 students, because that's what we have as the excess number on December 15th, because we have a 2-week period in which we tell them, you're going to be looking at those numbers, you're going to be looking at the 7 categories, and you may decide to just accept 30 of those students instead of the full 121 and put the other 70 students on a wait list?
Wait list. Wait list is spelled out in the...
Right, but how we've done this in the past is when we look at this, we're telling us in our community that we are going to be accepting 121 students in December, right, for our schools, and we're going to be sending that letter out. Or did I misunderstand it last year? And with every single one of these schools, we're going to be doing this sort of nuanced approach.
And I'm going to have them back up to the very first slide.
Because I think this really gets to the heart of the question that Arcadia is asking.
And I do want to back up just a little bit and answer the question around how much wiggle room is in Dr. Bowman's formula, because we looked at specifically Arcadia High School. So when you look at the number of 8th graders rolling up from Ingleside and add Echo Canyon, you get around 250. And if you look at my detailed spreadsheet, is the total is well under 400. It's accounted for 75 students who may come back to Arcadia as freshmen. So there is quite a buffer for Arcadia High School, because we have seen historically, especially as we've been paying closer attention the last couple of years, a large number of students that are coming back from our private schools in that area. So right now, with our current 8th grade numbers, again, using that 40th day count, there's a buffer of 75. I do agree that we need to be very strategic and monitor those steps as Dr. Menzel had outlined. And we may take a look at the number of applications within those categories, go ahead and offer the acceptance letters, and then we could also have our families on wait listing with a timeline for us letting them know. I also think it's important for our community, and this is something that I'll be working on with Dr. J, is to know that if you live within our community, we're encouraging to participate in early registration and enrollment, because it not only helps shape the master schedule and what kids really want and allows for sections to make, but then again, it gives us that advance notice so that we can properly staff. So I just want to point out that we've had a lot of lessons learned in the last couple of years. They're duly noted, and we're going to be very strategic and keep a very close eye on the steps that we take.
Okay. Thank you. I think that's a really good point you just made.
Okay.
Board Member Kravitz.
Well, one thing that is an unknown variable is the approval of a vaccine and how that will impact whether we have students returning to our school. So yay, go vaccine. Thank you, Moderna. The other thing I just wanted to make sure I'm understanding correctly is the difference between the numbers that were being presented now and the ones we received from Applied Economics, which we got, I think it was last year we got an update. And as good as they are, they did not anticipate COVID, but the difference between their numbers and your numbers is basically the roll-up that from the grades we have students currently in to the next year. Is that correct?
Correct. So those two sets of numbers, one is very raw on the 40th day count, just to know who we have. It's regardless of the model that they chose, and then also looking at those projections based on that 40th day count. Again, calculating all of those students at their home school, regardless of the model that they're in now. That was really important, so that we can project for the proper staffing.
Okay, thank you.
Board Member Greenberg.
And I appreciate that. The reason being that at that time, when I was a rep for that community, we had a lot of meetings about this, and what happened was we did do the freeze. They then told me, those reps at that time, I'm not saying the current ones, they then told me that that wasn't what they wanted. They wanted a detailed plan of how to reduce and measure the correct number, because what we ended up doing, if I'm not mistaken, was a bit of a mistake, was that we accepted a lot of students quite late, right? So there was a number of issues that led to it outside of the standard plan. And so my comment was solely about the fact that there were a lot of added on issues that they then had to deal with, such as we did stop doing tours before COVID for a period of time, and then they had to argue, no, we need to still be doing tours even if we're not taking applications. And it just turned into a big ball. A simple solution turned into a lot of different concerns that they had. I don't know what their concerns specifically are now, and I appreciate Dr. Menzel and the team, you guys working with them on this. But we do, I mean, as my home school, I mean, we have limited it, we have reduced the capacity. And I just want to make sure that we are following the same things. At the same time, by law, if I'm correct, let's say we had, with open enrollment and with the students that roll up, everybody who wants to come, we have 1,750, and then come August, 100 students from in-boundary decide to attend as well and show up. We have to take them, correct?
Yeah, within
Right.
boundary.
Exactly, within boundary,
That's the
right.
concern.
So we can't, the problem is that there's a limit to how much we can delay open enrollment if we're going to do it at all. You know, we can't sit on it and say, well, you know, the day before school, we'll let you know. You know, and obviously there are people who sign up who don't show up. So I just want to make sure that that opportunity in whatever form does exist, that they can at least apply and put their name in, and that it is no longer frozen. It's still subject to our capacity.
That is what the expectation is. I would also say that historically, the number of students on the books the first day of school is higher than the number that we have after 10 days. And so it is a bit of a guessing game. And so if we're working right to that number, you can have variance above or below. And so that's why you build in some buffer. But in this case, the risk of being undersubscribed means that we probably have to make some staffing adjustments in order to address having fewer students than would require the number of staff that the building currently has.
When we have that drop after the 10-day mark, do we contact, I mean, I don't know if we have wait lists, do we contact the families on the wait list and say, hey, there's a spot open if your child wants to come still? Does that happen?
So specific to Arcadia last year, when we knew that there were students that we could no longer accept, we sent them letters, those on the waiting list of our schools that had capacity. Is that what you're asking?
Well, yeah, well, I guess I'm saying, you know, the 10-day mark comes, so let's say we have 1755 and we have people on the wait list. So we can't take them then, but if in 10 days that drops 20, do we ever contact? I mean, that is what our competitors do.
Yeah,
on a routine basis.
Yeah, that is a challenge because typically, well, within the high school planning guide, and this could be a quiz for those two that read it front to back, is typically after the 10 days, when you don't have work in progress coming from another school, there's such a deficit that you're starting on audit status. And so when you're starting on audit status, then again, that kind of puts you behind the 8 ball, and 10 days of instruction at high school is a lot. So it's pretty explicit in the high school planning guide that you will go in audit status if you start 10 days after. And a lot of our students that do not return, we eventually find out from the registrar because there are records requests. And so they'll say this records request went to, Florida. Well, the family moved. They just didn't officially go through the withdraw. And then they have to contact them. And so the registrars do keep contact, but it is a work in progress. And so to answer your question, we don't typically call and say, hey, it's day 11, we've got room, come back, because we would be setting them up, with a deficit if they didn't have the work in progress or they were at a school that really doesn't align to the alignment piece that we were talking about earlier.
Not that you don't take students, because you have out-of-state students that move into the district.
do.
And you
Right.
take them, so
Right.
it's.
We do.
But your question is, I thought was.
Right.
Is it part of our routine procedures after the 10 days to go to our wait list and ask?
Yeah.
And offer them a position at the school?
I mean, it
From
might
what I
not be
heard is-
possible at maybe the high school levels just aren't a good place to do that, but certainly they do it at the elementary, or competitors do, and I don't know how many, I don't know how many elementary schools we have wait lists for, but the hope is eventually all of them. So,
Exactly.
Yeah.
it is just a question to me, but I appreciate your thoroughness on the answer.
Yeah, and I'll just go ahead and add to that the only school we had the wait list on last year was Arcadia. The other schools, again, as they receive those summer withdrawals, because those records requests will come in, especially if they've moved out of state or if they were accepted to a private school, they'll come in. And so as those numbers, as they remove those students from our student information system, it frees up. And so they continually take applications as it opens. So Chaparral is typically one that will have a waiting list. But again, as students withdraw, they're added in. And I went back to this original slide so you can see the timelines here. And eventually, you can carry the waiting list for an extended period of time. But like I said, our plan last year was to outreach and share with those on the waiting list, our schools that did have enrollment, and with the help of communication, really try to market those schools.
Vice President Beckman?
I don't know if we have an answer to this tonight, but I would be curious to know. I know historically, well, last year specifically, we sent that letter out, and I think it was like 100 students. We did it in like June or so, right? And we said there were 100 spaces available, and we got 100 students immediately that took us up on that offer to come enroll at Arcadia. So I'm curious if we have any information or data on the previous years or going back, that every time we wait and we send a letter out, have we always had 100% positive response of enrollment at Arcadia? It would be interesting to note that last year, we waited until June even, when so many families had made their choice, and they still got 100% positive response to enroll at Arcadia. So I would just be curious to know, over the last couple of years, when we looked at that open enrollment number and when it was opened up to allow more to come in, if that was the case, just so that we kind of have an analysis of how long we could wait and what the response has been.
So for clarification with Arcadia, not 100% of them did accept us up on their offer last year. A very large number did, but it wasn't quite 100%.
Okay.
And so some had already chosen, and a lot of students will keep their doors open and decide at the last moment, am I going to go to my private school or am I going to go, and they're waiting for their acceptance. I've seen acceptance letters come in for students from, Brophy and Xavier a week or two in, and then they withdraw from us. And so that first 10 days is really critical, because you're calculating your no-shows and you're calculating any of those that are getting late acceptance to private schools that are leaving. But the point is not to do that in June, July, is to.
Right, well, you don't want to create staffing
Right.
problems too, but I'm
Yeah.
just curious, okay.
Yeah.
Board Member Greenberg, did you have?
No, thank you.
And Board Member Perlberg.
Thank you. So I just want clarity for, I guess, us and our community here. I, as board member, never saw this exercise as here in November or prior to December, we're establishing at Arcadia, 121 places for our community members to start vying for. I never saw that as locking us into any sort of number or creating a set, here's how many we can accept. Always thought, especially initially, to establish our program capacity at each of our campuses was something that had not been done for a lot of years. And when conversations around declining enrollment and improving enrollment happened, there was always these debates of, well, how many kids can you really have at a school? And so all the work was done to really define that for ourselves, not just use the state's square footage calculation, which of course wasn't helpful. So, and to review this on an annual basis, and we all understand, these are estimates. These are kind of, not random numbers, but these are educated guesses. But to give us all in our administration, our leadership, our sites themselves, kind of a year-by-year idea of where we're going and where we're headed. And, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I started to hear tonight, like, we're saying, oh, we have 121 spaces going out in a letter. Maybe I'm misunderstanding.
Well, that's
But
kind of.
I'd never felt that that's what these numbers were. Am I mistaken?
They are used for that, because if you've got 150 applications, isn't that true? You're not going to be looking at all 150 to give them that letter in December, but if you have 121 spots, you could send out 121 letters and say, great,
So,
you've got a spot, so you can lock them in.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and take Ingleside, for example, here. Right now, we have 99 spots. If there were 75 that meet the priority one deadline for open enrollment, they could feel pretty comfortable at this moment in time to go ahead and accept those 75. But be mindful that these numbers right here, these projections, are based on this 40th day count. And it's a big puzzle piece, I should say. It's a very tricky game, because principals at the elementary, if they're going to have 5 kindergarten, withdraw in March, then they're going to go back to their kinder wait list, and they're going to say, okay, Mrs. Jones, Ms. Beckman, we have these numbers. We would love to welcome you to Anasazi. We have a fabulous PYP program. We have enrollment. And so our schools that are at capacity, and I'll use Cheyenne an example, do that every single year. So they look at this here and say, okay, right now, our best guess, our best projection is that we have this space, but they also have to monitor constantly. And you have your students that move out for a variety of reasons, and we're refining that process to gather that information through our registrars. But just to go back, it's, this is an ongoing process. And these numbers are based on a moment of time and a formula with the projections.
And in reading the policy language itself, it doesn't fix that number. It says we have to report by December 1st what the excess capacity is, and then the rest of the policy outlines the process for prioritizing who can be accepted, so all the way up through those 7 categories. So it doesn't lock us in, but it does create some high-end parameters from our analysis, so the governing board is aware.
Right. Okay, thank you.
And this is an ongoing process between Dr. Hagigott and myself that we're working with the principals on as well. Okay. All right, so any other questions on the Arcadia learning community? We'll go ahead and go to the next slide then, and that'll be our Coronado learning community. Oh, no, Chaparral. Try to do my alpha letter. All right, so here is, oh no, we put Coronado.
I was going to say, I see Coronado.
H comes before O, but that's okay. So here is Coronado Learning Community. Again, the same concept. The one difference in this slide here, as you can see with Tonalea, pre-K 5 and 6-8, we just separated those numbers so you can get an idea of how many students are in pre-K or K-5 versus the 6-8. And then show you, again, the total number at the end of the capacity. Hohokam is double asterisk there because it is under construction. And Tonalea, you need to note there the triple asterisk that has a limited program capacity of 6 through 8 of 21 students. But a total capacity, what you can see there with the 138. So with that, I'll answer any questions I can specific to the projected numbers and excess capacity for Coronado Learning Community.
Board members, does anybody have a question or comment? I think you can move on.
Okay, so our next learning community, let me Yes, here we go. Chaparral Learning Community. So again, Copper Ridge is split out, pre-K 5 and 6-8, so that you can see. We have our program capacity. We have our projected enrollment. Subtracting those, you can see the current excess capacity for those schools.
Any questions from the board? Board Member Perlberg.
It just it begs to be asked. I mean, I think our community's certainly going to look at Copper Ridge and just try and understand that number. Is there a context that we can put that number in, or is it just truly simply the change in the demographics of that community from when the school was built?
Do you want to answer that, Dr. Hagigat? And that mic's there if you don't want to come up to me unmasked.
Yes, there is an explanation to this, and it's a couple of different situations. One of it is that this school was really built for a much larger audience. As Dr. Sakos and I spoke, and she was giving some of the history, initially it was supposed to be our high school up in that area. And so we do have a declining enrollment. The demographers also showed that we have a different aging population there as well. And Mr. Ironman, who's also listening, if he wants to chime in, has been making great efforts in the marketing piece so that we're able to gain students that are choosing to not be in the public setting.
Did you want any clarification, or do you have any other questions?
So,
Board Member Kravitz.
Well, I was just going to say, looking at the figures from Applied Economics, they showed last year, like 593, which is what I think we show currently there, if I'm not mistaken, and they show 547, and if I did the math right, for next year, we have 508, so it's a little bit off, maybe due to COVID, I don't know, it's met some other extenuating circumstances. So it would be interesting to see, what I would like to see, if we can get some numbers as to enrollment for the past 5 years and what that trend was like. Well, actually, I have that. No, so forget that. I can look at my Applied Economics. Yeah, it started, there was a big drop in the 17-18 school year, and then again 18-19. So demographics could play part in it, and some other outstanding, extenuating circumstances as well. But growth in that area, I don't think was not expected of any great, to any great extent.
Board Member Greenberg.
no, so this is a high school campus that was then instead used as a K-8, which I was not aware of, but, hey.
It was always open.
Well, this was said to be, with the projected growth many years ago and Desert Mountain being so large, this was intended to be the 6th high school for SUSD. Because remember, at one point in time, Desert Mountain, back in 2003 to 5, had 2,500 students, way more than Chaparral. And with the Applied Economics, we started to see a very big decrease up north and an increase at Chaparral.
A monument to foresight.
All right. Any other questions? All right, move on to the next.
All right, so I shouldn't get this one next, but going on to the Desert Mountain High School Learning Community. Again, you can see the program capacity that we have, our 40th day numbers, our projected enrollment, and our excess capacity for K-12 in each of our schools.
That was my cue, right? Any board questions or comments? All right.
All right, so our last but not least is our Saguaro Learning Community. And again, you can see here our 5 schools, same layout, in terms of the graphic here, program capacity at the very far right. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention how we've seen some growth in Saguaro High School, and very proud of the Math and Science Academy. And of course, with the ribbon cutting with our Innovation Center, do expect to continue to grow in that area, and just excellent work with Principal Oxinger and her group. The asterisk there is that Navajo has a shell building that is built out. It can be utilized to increase student enrollment as needed. An additional 348 students can be added to 12 rooms if the ratio was 29-1. So again, fabulous new building at Navajo, and again, we're looking to, maximize spaces as we can.
Board Member Vice President Beckman.
So is the program capacity for Kiva the new school to be built or the current existing building?
No, this is what I'm excited on that one. It's what we currently we're using, and so in talking to Dennis, they're still working through that, the architecture and all that. So it's going to be around 800, and so that's what the information that we have thus far.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
Okay, and the next slide. Discussion.
More questions?
What I do want to add is, and to mention Dennis, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the work that Dennis has done with Dr. Hagigat and I, last year. He really did a phenomenal job, his team, rolling up their sleeves and in some cases having to establish that physical capacity and program capacity because of all of our new builds, and then really going through and working with our principals with a fine-tooth comb to look at room by room by room. And so Dennis, thank you for all your hard work. It really made this year so much an easier process. And again, the only changes we would have is if we, added knockdown buildings, or if we changed larger programs like special education within our buildings. So if there's no other questions, I'll run, but not. Beckman. I guess I can't.
I just wanted to. We gave shout outs. I wanted to just say again how astounding it is to me to see Navajo still just, that community is so strong with everything that they've been through, being finally in their new building and still have numbers that are fairly solid going forward. I mean, hats off to them. That community pulled it together and
they did a great job.
Yep.
Great. Any other questions for myself? Dr. Hagigat?
Well, the only question that did come up by Board Member Greenberg, so I just want to clarify it, is that marketing, even if you were at capacity, marketing doesn't stop because you're marketing for the future. So I think that maybe was an aberration if they stopped doing the tours, because I know they were doing some, because
Yeah, what
conversation
had
with
happened
them, so-
was we did the freeze, and then I was contacted and told that the tours had been canceled. They were no longer going to be doing tours. And they then spoke to Dr. Creekard. That would have been impressive, though. Dr. Creekard and Todd, and tried to figure out a way to resume them. And I believe they did then start doing them again near the end of the school year. Obviously, they're not doing it now because of COVID.
But I just wanted to confirm it's not our practice to do that. It's to continue because we're always looking towards the future for enrollment.
Correct. And last year, what was very important for our families that did want to tour, which eventually turned into virtual tours, was to let them know that they're currently at capacity. But again, in the future, Arcadia is a great school, show all the points of pride. And at the same time, again, Saguaro and Coronado have a lot of points of pride as well, and is in closest proximity. And so we shared that information with them to get them to consider one of our other schools and the proximity in which they were coming from.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Take a 31 to
What time is it?
almost 7:30.
Everyone like a 5-minute break?
Gonna take one anyway. So.
Okay. All right. We'll take a 5-minute break at 7:26. All right. We'll re-adjourn the meeting at 7:33 PM. We'll go into information discussion item D, first read of proposed revisions to policy AC, non-discrimination, equal opportunity, ACE, which is an exhibit, and ACR, a regulation, ACA, general harassment, ACAR, regulation, ACAA, Title 9, sexual harassment, ACAA-R, regulation, and deletion of policy GBBA, staff sexual harassment, and GBBAR, regulation. We'll have, we welcome our general counsel, Michelle Marshall, and that's quite a lot there, so we're looking forward to it.
Thank you, President Beckham, and good job reading all of those A policies. They can get confusing. Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Menzel, and guests. As President Beckham mentioned, we have some Section A policies for you for a first read tonight. Before I go into these, I just wanted to talk about how we developed these recommendations. Dr. Menzel suggested piloting a policy committee, and we had two wonderful board member volunteers in President Beckham and in Board Member Greenberg, and then also with us were Dr. Bowman from HR, Dr. Menzel, myself, and Gladys Wagner and Louise Quesada provided a lot of good support for us. So we piloted this. It went really well. We got a lot of great feedback. And so I invite my fellow committee members to jump in if you think I've missed something or want to explain how we came to a recommendation. I'm happy to yield to you for that. So these policies are from Section A of the Governing Board Policy Manual. And if you're familiar with our policy manual, the sections have titles. So Section A is called Foundations and Basic Commitments, which is fitting because these policies are all about the district's commitment to anti-discrimination, diversity, and equity. So the first policy I have up here is policy AC, called non-discrimination/equal opportunity. You will see this first paragraph here is what we already had. ASBA, the Arizona School Boards Association, recommended deleting it only because it's not their model. Our discussion as a policy committee was that we liked this message, and so we recommend keeping it. We deleted this section. We had a discussion about the protected classes that we call out in this policy. And so we deleted this and are suggesting this last paragraph in its place, which reads that the board does not discriminate on the basis of race, color, national origin, sex, including sexual orientation and transgender identity, disability, age, weight, height, weight, marital or family status, religion, military status, ancestry, genetic information, or any other legally protected category collectively referred to as protected classes, which is kind of the term of art that's used in most of the statutes that address discrimination, or any other legally protected category in its programs and activities, including employment opportunities. So that's a mouthful. The origin of that section was actually courtesy of Washtenaw. We modeled this section on the language that came from Dr. Menzel's previous district. Any comments or questions on this language? If not.
Board Member Perlberg.
Sorry.
Sorry. I mean, it's just a kind of first impression.
Sure.
I mean, all the additional language, excellent. No problem at all, but I just see a subtle distinction between the board is committed to a policy of, which does somewhat encompass the entire district, versus the governing board does not. And I guess I'm just kind of missing that additional language that sort of encompasses the idea of the governing board sets a policy for the entire district, not just the five of us in this room don't do this, but rather our whole district. And just an impression, honestly. It's not, you know.
So where we previously had commitment to a policy, we don't have that here. Did you have a comment?
Just a thought on that.
I think that's a fair comment. Could we say instead the district does not discriminate on the basis, or the governing board and district does not? For Scottsdale Unified School
To me,
District?
the district is the inclusive language, and it's authorized by the governing board, so by inference, you also would be following the policy that you've adopted.
So what I'm hearing you would like to see is addition of and district or deletion of the governing board part?
Is district sufficient?
I think so.
Again, it's, it's not like I'm trying to find the right legal term here, it's just the impression, the governing board.
Or is it that the governing board's committed to a policy of? Is that
Right.
what you liked because this is policy?
It just, to me, that language, like I said, more encompassed the district as a whole, and that's clear to anyone reading it. Whereas just stating the governing board.
Right.
Or in establishing policies for the district, the governing board does not discriminate on the basis. Just something that is clear, it's for SUSD, not just us.
Right.
And I'm certainly very flexible on what sounds right.
If you like the previous language in terms of committed to a policy, it could be the governing board is committed to a policy of non-discrimination on the basis of, and then, does that capture?
I mean, all the additional language is excellent. So I mean, if no one else shares that impression at all, or.
No, I think it's a good change.
Just.
That's why we bring him forward.
There you go.
Let's see.
I'm going to let the legal mind figure out if
I'm comfortable with that.
then it reads correctly.
Okay, I've got that note, thank you. Any other comments on this one? Okay, we will pull up the regulation. These AC red line and AC regulation red line, it's very confusing sometimes, I apologize. Okay, here we go, red line for the regulation. So the regulation to this policy talks about how to file a complaint pursuant to the policy. And we had a really good discussion with the committee about making it clear, better sort of subtitles here or headlines here for filing a complaint instead of talking about compliance officer, specifying that the form that somebody should use is the one that's connected to the policy, which is the exhibit ACE. We also have the language about what if it is the superintendent who is the one to have alleged to have done, been involved in the wrongdoing. In that case, the complaint being filed with the president of the board. The committee added the superintendent or governing board, as the case may be, shall appoint one or more compliance officers as needed. We added in that once the complaint is received, the superintendent will assign a compliance officer to investigate. That officer will investigate and document complaints within a reasonable time. Let's see. The language includes that if the governing board raises a policy violation, that we can investigate under this policy as well. And then here, if the superintendent, instead of the compliance officer who's doing the investigating, compliance officer reports to the superintendent determines whether he or she believes a violation of policy has occurred, and determines whether we need an administrative hearing or to recommend referring the matter to the board. You will see in several of these policies, there's a reference to a policy called GDQD. The title of that policy is Discipline, Suspension, and Dismissal of Support Staff Members. The district doesn't currently have this policy, so at this time we're recommending deleting reference to the policy. I do have it calendared to bring back to the board, bring to the board at a future date for consideration of adding the policy. It's a corollary to an existing policy, GCQF, which applies to admin and certified. So GDQD applies to classified, and we just don't have that policy at this time.
The section on timelines was generally recommended by ASBA, but as a committee, we looked at this language and talked about adding in some clarity. So you'll see the compliance officer is to acknowledge receipt of the complaint in writing. So somebody complains, the compliance officer is supposed to, within 5 days, say, yes, we received your complaint, and provide an estimated duration for the length that the compliance officer thinks the investigation will take. If the compliance officer fails in his or her duties, the complainant is directed to, if that doesn't happen within 5 days, the complainant is directed to contact the superintendent, so that the superintendent's always being notified if the policy is not being followed. And that is the end of this regulation. Any comments or questions on that? Okay. The next policy is ACA, which currently is called general harassment. The recommendation is to change this, the title of this to sexual harassment. And I'll show you in a moment, but as our item talks about, there's another policy that we're recommending deleting because it's redundant with this one. I'll show you that in a moment, but the recommendation is to change this from general harassment to sexual harassment. This ASBA edit is referring to staff and students covered by this policy and providing an atmosphere free of sexual harassment. The definitions here are straight from the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission's interpretation of Title VII, and this is the ASBA recommended edit. And then we have included here examples of what sexual harassment may include. A through E gives examples to help people understand what might constitute sexual harassment. We have a statement, anyone who's subjected to sexual harassment or who knows of such conduct should inform the compliance officer as provided in the regulation. We also account for disciplinary action if charge is substantiated, and that we will keep all complaints as confidential as possible. This is a pretty standard thing to tell people who make a complaint of this nature. Did you have a comment?
Yeah, I apologize for this. I think the informing of the compliance officer should actually be the informing of the superintendent. Isn't that correct?
Where are we?
That's the third paragraph from the bottom. Anyone who is subject to sexual harassment.
Oh.
It says should inform the compliance officer.
Good catch.
I believe it's the
yes, that
superintendent,
should have been
apologize for that.
superintendent. No, thank you. No, I need extra eyes on this. There's a lot here. Okay, so that's ACA. So that is, those are the recommendations for policy ACA. Did you have a comment?
Board Member Kravitz.
I just want to make sure we, since this is, the subject heading is changed from general harassment to sexual harassment, we do have another policy, though, for general harassment?
Yes, I don't think it's called general harassment, but we do have another policy, policy GBEB, that's called staff conduct.
Oh, okay,
And
so that would fall, I just want to make sure that that's covered somewhere else.
Yes, that policy talks about misconduct, including things like sexual assault. I do not have that to show you, but we do have that policy, so I can share that with the board if you'd like to see that. Thank you for that. So I don't know what happens if I save this on this desktop. IT will help me. So the regulation to this policy.
Michelle, what was the policy number of that student conduct again, or policy letters?
GBEB is called staff conduct.
Okay, thanks.
And I'm doing that from memory, but I think I'm right.
You're right.
That's impressive.
I don't know them by the numbers, but I do tend to know them by the letters. Okay, so in this regulation, we've got, again, we tried to kind of make them mirror each other a little bit in the way we did them. So filing a complaint is the title here instead of compliance officer, and talks about what you should do and how you should do it if you have a complaint under this policy. Again, the superintendent or possibly the governing board, if the superintendent is the one alleged to have done something wrong, will appoint a compliance officer as needed. And then the complaint procedure is set forth here, stating our commitment to investigating fully and taking appropriate action. Once the complaint's received, again, superintendent reviewing and assigning a compliance officer to investigate, compliance officer investigating, as soon as reasonable within the established timelines, maintaining confidentiality to the extent possible. Let's see, did we have it right here? Board Member Greenberg, the compliance officer shall also investigate. Yes,
Yep.
that's correct. Compliance officer shall complete a written report of the investigation and provide it to the superintendent. And we, as a committee, this is language that was not in the ASBA recommendation, thought we should add some meat on the bones of what should an investigation report look like. So we thought it would be good to add in, you should say who your witnesses were that you spoke to, what documents did you look at, list any key dates, and include what your findings are. So those are just kind of basics that should be in any investigative report. So we thought it'd be good to include that in the regulation. Let's see. So again, here's that reference to a policy we don't yet have, so we are deleting it until such time as we do have it. And this language affords the opportunity for the superintendent to notify the complainant if there's been a finding of no reasonable cause to believe the policy has been violated. Timelines for this one. Complaint has to be filed within 30 calendar days after the complaining party is aware that there are grounds for such a complaint. Again, this section mirrors what I showed you in the previous one, where the compliance officer is to notify, to respond to the complaining party and say, we have your complaint and this is how long we think it'll take. The idea is to encourage communicating with the person. A lot of times the complaining party can get lost in this process as the investigator's looking at documents and talking to witnesses and remembering to keep them along in the process. Here's where we are. I can't tell you much yet. I think it might take another week. That kind of thing is invaluable in letting the person know that we are taking it seriously and that we are continuing to investigate instead of not hearing anything for a while. Again, offering the person complaining that if you haven't heard within that 5 days, contact the superintendent, please.
I believe we have a question.
Oh, sorry.
Board Member
I
Greenberg.
apologize. It's just looking at these with fresh eyes.
Sure.
It might be worthwhile. So the reason why we did, if anyone has looked at what we took away from the ASBA recommended changes, the ASBA recommended changes basically said, you'll respond in 5 days, and if you don't respond, the district has another 10 days. It's like it didn't really make a whole lot of sense. So we wanted to find a way, as Michelle said, to do that, and we did with the requirement that they provide an estimated timeline, because oftentimes people say, oh, it's been 10 days, why haven't I heard anything? Well, you should know, hey, this is going to take about 30 days. But maybe what the language you just used about keeping the party apprised of the investigative work throughout the process might be something we want to add to both ACR and ACAR. And I apologize for not thinking of that earlier, but that language, light bulb in my head.
Okay.
So that they have that, but also as well that we are encouraging keeping the party, the complainant, apprised of the process or throughout the process.
Okay.
As long as my colleagues agree with that. Okay, sorry about that.
No worries. Okay. Any other comments on this one? Okay. Policy ACAA, Title IX sexual harassment, is a policy we do not yet have. This is recommended by ASBA because of recent changes to the rules implementing Title IX with respect to sexual harassment. So most of this is blue because it's the ASBA recommended language, most if not all of it. I guess we changed the title here, definitions. I did receive a comment that these definitions, I think I received more than one comment. I think we talked about it in the committee as well, that these definitions are a little much, but they are straight out of the regulations, and so I would advise that we keep them. I know they're a mouthful, but it tracks the statute and the regulation. I'm just looking at. So Title IX coordinator is the policy committee's title for this section. The idea was to kind of help people's eyes really. What section am I looking at? And it states that the district shall designate and authorize an employee as the Title IX coordinator, et cetera. This has been required for as long as I can remember, and this district has had that for as long as I can remember before me, and it was my predecessor, and since I came, I have been the Title IX coordinator. We also do an annual notice that gets posted at all of our sites and is sent and is on our website that states who the Title IX coordinator is and how to contact me. So this is codifying what we already do. Reporting sex discrimination, that is our policy committee title. Again, this is a lot of words. I recommend that we stick with the words that ASBA recommended here because it's in compliance with the Title IX rule. I did receive a comment about a reference here. I have to control find it. Union. Yes, this is the right one. This policy refers to unions, which we do not have, and collective bargaining agreements, which we do not have. This, again, is out of the regulation. We can certainly add in a reference that, this district has associations, or we can leave it as is because it also does refer to professional organizations that may or may not have, right now we don't have such professional agreements. We might in the future. So this is not something I discussed with the policy committee. The comment came after we met, and so I offer that out for any discussion you might want to have, any feedback you might want to give. Do we want to leave this language the way it is, which would encompass associations, or do we want to specifically call out the word association? We could add that here. Or you can think about it and get back to me.
Why wouldn't we change it to association?
There's no reason not to.
Board Member Greenberg?
I don't think there's any reason not to, or to at least add it, but I will say professional organizations does include that, and we also don't, we have to remember that, one, this is, the interpretation explanations have been recently updated by the U.S. Department of Education, which is what spurred a lot of this, and, their focus on this, but, Arizona law could change. This is for posterity, so if unions or professional organizations covers what we have, deleting it and just saying associations, if suddenly the law changes and we don't have associations or we do have unions, it just, it seems all encompassing, so I'm not sure why.
I think I think associations are encompassed under professional organizations. Right. I think it doesn't hurt to add the word associations, right. But I agree, I wouldn't necessarily delete the other references. So do we want to add associations?
Can I ask a question? I'm reading it. The district shall notify students, I get that, parents, why would we even notify the association? What are we
It's
notifying
legally
them
Of who the Title IX coordinator
just said
is
the
and how
Title IX.
to
Okay. I'm
contact
sorry.
that
I was
person.
going,
Yeah.
I didn't read, yeah,
Yeah, it's a legal requirement.
right, yeah. Well, now I understand why.
Do we
I
want
mean,
to-
it's not, it's all of our professional associations.
Right.
It's not just one, two, yeah.
So we could add professional organizations or associations?
Why wouldn't it just be professional organizations, comma? They don't have, the professional organization doesn't have to be holding a collective bargaining agreement.
That's right, it's an all-encompassing framework. It's saying you have to contact all these, whether or not you have agreements or not. You have to, if they exist, you contact them and tell them about this.
And that's what we do with our notice that we update every year.
I'm fine leaving it.
The way
as
it is.
Or changing it to association. We change things all the time. So if all of a sudden the state decided to have unions, we could add it back in. So I'm fine either way personally. I don't know how everybody else feels.
I would keep it consistent with what our community and our staff, the language they understand, and that's associations.
Okay.
That's
So Board President Beckham's comment, you sounded like you wanted to delete the reference to unions?
Actually, I said that it didn't matter to me, but
Okay.
on second thought, I agree, because what that means is people will read that and then they think that we do have unions. So I do like personally putting it to the language that we have. And then people will reference it and think of it as themselves. And I don't know, Board Member Kravitz, Vice President Beckman?
No, I
Do you have an opinion on it?
Well, that was my question originally, was just to eliminate any confusion, as in, because you see
It should
consistently
reflect
that
what we-
Arizona has associations, not
Right.
unions. So I just was for clarity perspective.
Right.
I mean, I think, like you said, to be, the black and white of it is it does legally cover what we need it to cover. But
Right.
just for someone reading it, just so there's no confusion, that
Right.
that it is something that we have adopted, that it's pertinent to us. But
I
again,
agree.
it's not that, I think it's good the way it is, but we could take it to another level.
So I would recommend not deleting unions, but adding associations. Again, it's not likely that the union situation will change in Arizona anytime soon. You never know. But also, why not be all-encompassing for any possibility? I don't think reading this would make someone think we have a union.
If it does, I think we have bigger problems.
I hope they're calling us and talking about it so that we can explain what we do have.
Yeah, I mean, I support Michelle's position on this.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Looks good.
We'll make that, so I'm adding association to ACAA. Okay. So generally, without reading every word of this to you, this policy covers the statutory definitions, the designation of the Title IX coordinator. We have a section on, oh, did I pass it already? Reporting sex discrimination, I think I did. Okay, reporting sex discrimination. And then down here is specifying that retaliation is strictly prohibited. So if somebody brings a complaint, and even if they're wrong, even if we make no finding, they have a right to not be retaliated against for having brought that complaint. And so it's important that that's in here. Any other comments on this one?
This is a general comment, and I'll just bring it up again just because I happen to be leaving in 60 days or whatever it is.
Not that anyone's counting.
It's actually less than 60, but yeah. I would really like to see a date of when it was adopted. I find it so helpful that when I go back to a policy to know whether it was 2020, 1998, and whatnot. So I know I brought that up before and no one felt it was necessary, but I really would like to see it.
I support that.
very important, because then you know, you can gauge whether, how much has changed from the time it was adopted until now, and whether it really requires a deeper look.
Well, it also gives you the opportunity to go back to our board books and look, and you can actually then find the discussion on it, and that is also
And
very
if you're
helpful.
really bored, you can watch the video.
Over and over, as much as you like.
And I have to scroll through everyone to try to find it for that year. But, so I'm just bringing that up again. I would love to.
So
see that.
point of clarification, this is a policy, and policies do get a date of adoption. You'll see a lot in our policy, date of manual adoption. That's because some districts adopt the whole entire thing without doing what we do. And for us, date of manual adoption is we haven't gotten to the update or we haven't received an update. But the policy will get a date. So say we bring it back, I don't know the date of our next board meeting offhand, but thank you, December 1st. If the board adopts this on December 1st, this will be published with a date, December 1st.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Vice President Beckman?
Sorry.
Are we done? I had a
We
question.
have one more.
Oh, one more.
Or
I'll ask it
technically
again.
3 more, I guess, but.
I'm sorry, did you have a question before I close
I had a
this?
generic question about the policy committee, and so you can go through the.
Are you sure?
announcement. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I see our issue here. Okay, so this is the regulation that goes with this proposed new policy. We also do not have the regulation. So Title IX sexual harassment. For some reason, this one's not in all blue. I think my paralegal Louise had to sort of rework this one, which is the reason for that. It's almost all the ASBA recommendation. So gives the contact information for me as the Title IX coordinator. Talks about responding to sexual harassment, again, with definitions from the statute or regulation. Sets forth supportive measures that we should take or shall take for the complainant. So much like with our anti-bullying policy, where we need to provide resources to someone who's filing a complaint about bullying. This is that same kind of idea. So somebody comes with a complaint. This lists out some items of supportive resources and measures that we should take for the person who's complaining. And then here we have a formal complaint, and then we've got the formal complaint / grievance process here. This includes, where is it? Dismissal. Sorry. Okay. If we investigate a claim and determine that there was no reasonable cause to believe discrimination occurred or the harassment occurred, this section sets forth the process for dismissal. If the complainant notifies the Title IX coordinator that they would like to withdraw, it can be dismissed, although there will be some other measures I would advise taking if that happens. If the respondent is no longer enrolled, if a student or employed by the district, again, these are possibilities for dismissal. As your lawyer, I would be making some different recommendations. The Department of Ed would probably still like to see what we did in response to a complaint, even if somebody leaves. If specific circumstances prevent the district from getting the evidence. And I think
that's fair, we would document why that was and keep that documentation. So upon dismissal, issuing a written notice. And somewhere in here, it talks about us providing a written determination to the complaining party. That they have a right to question witnesses and provides a process for that. Here's the written determination part. So the written determination prescribes what needs to be included in that communication to the complaining party. Setting forth what the allegations were that you investigated, describing what procedure we took, what findings of fact that we made, what conclusions did we make, and a rationale for the determination. And then we have the right to appeal. I think this might be the last part of this policy. No, it's not. We have 2 more sections. This one states that we can't require as a condition of enrollment if a student, or continued enrollment, or employment or continued employment if it's an employee, that they waive their right to use this process. So it's explicitly spelled out that we can't ask an employee or a student to waive their right to this. And finally, it sets forth that we shall maintain records of our investigations and complaints for 7 years. And that is the end of this very lengthy regulation.
Does anybody have comments? Board Member Greenberg.
My only comment is just for everyone's benefit here, these policies were given to us without headings, so they were just a block of text. This might be something that we discuss with ASBA at some point about kind of clarifying these things and not doing that, just because it did make it very difficult in the committee to maneuver around these.
And thanks to Board Member Greenberg for suggesting the
formatting,
the guideposts for the policies and regulations. All right. I see here that we don't have the one that we are proposing to delete in our coverage here. So let me grab my laptop. Fix that.
One other thing, we did discuss in the policy committee adding all of this, because we have it on our policy doc system, of course, but creating a tab on our website that directs everyone to this as a sole resource for the different types of complaints they might have and what forms to use, because that is a concern I received a couple months ago, and I did that on my own site, but I do think ultimately it should be on that. So we did discuss that as well, because we thought that might be pretty useful for the community and for students and for staff to understand and have one central location for these types of issues.
Because did we check, do we not have an area in the current website for grievances, for the procedure,
I don't
for
think-
the form?
I don't think so outside of.
And so what we're talking about is that, with each
Right.
transition of our websites, it's kind of come and gone until somebody says it's not on there.
Wondering if this is a good time to
Ask
address.
Patty's questions. Vice
Yes.
President
Policy
Beckman?
committee.
Well, just a generic
Sorry.
question. I think the committee is a fantastic idea, quite honestly, but I'm just curious how you guys are choosing what policies to look at or address, and are you taking recommendations for people that think things need to be updated, and how are you making people aware if you are taking those recommendations?
I would love for my committee member, fellow committee members to answer that, but I will if you don't want to.
I can't do. I was going to start with, we have a list that we
Yeah,
will
so
be reviewing. But go ahead.
Yeah, this actually was a long topic of conversation. So you might recall, Michelle has a calendar list, essentially, it's a calendar and list of all the policies that need to be updated, that we've received either updates for, that are scheduled, and we received that. Alice and I had, and perhaps, I don't know if you all do, but we had a misunderstanding of what that calendar was for. We thought that that calendar was pretty much this is my work, this is what I'm going to be focusing on. But actually what Michelle was hoping for was that type of interaction and feedback of, okay, here's what needs to be done, but what are some of our priorities for this year, and what do we really need to focus on? So as a committee, what we currently feel is that we would go through that. The committee would really focus on these types of really big policy updates, not so much just legal updates that have to occur anyways, but these really big substantive changes. We would present at the beginning of each year to the board, here's what we think we should focus on, and then the board as a whole would review everything and then make the final determination of, okay, we like that, but we also want to add this policy because there's a really big issue here. So that is what we were hoping to do, was make a recommendation to the board, but ultimately it's the board as a whole working with council to make that decision as to what is the year's work for the committee and for the board itself.
This was a huge light bulb for me. I had no idea. I was like, they just aren't interested.
I will say, we did think that you kind of just prioritized it per what you thought was. The only thing I would love to recommend is if there was any way ever to just maybe annually or something, throw kind of the line out to our principals at the school level or et cetera, and see if anyone else has some feedback from some outdated things that they think just aren't working, that they would like to see us kind of address.
Absolutely. I do that very informally. I attend most of the admin meetings, the regular admin meetings, and I listen for what are they struggling with, what are their issues. But I could formalize that for sure. And yes, the calendar has always been in my mind, here's my suggestions. For example, board governance might be good to do in January kind of thing. But I welcome that kind of feedback because it's your policy manual and it should work for you. I apologize, I don't have this policy that we're proposing to eliminate
It's already gone.
for us to display. Yes, it's already gone. It is called, you have it in your materials, it is called, the letters are GBBA, it's called staff sexual harassment. It is redundant with the policy that currently is called general harassment, that we're proposing to change to sexual harassment, and that is policy.
It's on the website.
Yeah, it
If you
is
went
on
to
the
the
website.
website, it's there.
Yes. Oh, I can go to the website.
Yeah. I'll add one last thing, is that I think that, and to formalize it with principals and staff, but it's also, anytime a board member would want to bring it up, we could bring it up to your general counsel, make a suggestion.
And we, I apologize.
I was just going to add that on the flip side, there are some policy changes that come from ASPA that are technical changes,
Right.
compliance, that we don't see as really purview of the committee because it's relatively routine. So we're thinking the committee is doing the more substantive work on policies.
Yeah, so we were going to do well, for one thing, and we'll see it hopefully soon with the discussion on the internal auditing stuff, but we also discussed creating a charter that basically sets out the process and how that all works, so that as new board members and new committee members join, it's thoroughly explained. But with these technical things, we were basically suggesting we circulate it via email. If we want to have a meeting on it, if one of the committee members wants to have a meeting on it, then we would have a meeting on that and add it to the roster. But otherwise, the routine stuff, we have to make those changes. So, but yeah, anytime, as Allison said, somebody wants to add something, that absolutely should be, because we even said we can't schedule out. We have to build in time for things that we don't anticipate, and issues can crop up with older policies.
So thank you, Dr. Menzel, for that suggestion. Go to the website. This is GBVA, staff sexual harassment. And again, the recommendation is to eliminate it entirely because it's redundant with the other one. We did a quick check of other districts. They have, most of the other districts, or no, sorry, no other district still has this policy. Let me put it that way. So that's the recommendation, is to eliminate that and its regulation.
Could you pull up GBE, is it D, the one that now says?
Staff conduct?
Right, so that we could just see it, so
Sure.
that we're comfortable that if there is a general harassment, somebody could find it, and it makes sense to them that this is what they would do. Since we are really changing a huge general harassment policy that outlined what the procedures were.
When did we last update this?
Let's see.
The staff
March
sexual
17th.
harassment one?
Recently, okay, yeah. Okay.
But I just want to make sure that it actually
Does what
we want it to do.
So we first hit on this policy when Board President Beckham asked, well, what if it's a criminal issue? And so we knew we had something in the policy manual, and we came up with the staff conduct one, which starts out talking about all employees are expected to conduct themselves in a manner consistent with not carrying or possessing weapons on school grounds, maintaining order. Potential consequences listed here include but are not limited to reprimand, suspension, dismissal, removal. And then it talks about reporting suspected crimes or incidents. Staff members are to report any suspected crime against a person or property that's a serious offense, involves a deadly weapon or dangerous instrument, or that could pose a threat of death or serious injury.
But it really doesn't deal with general harassment.
Conduct that is considered to be bullying, harassment, or intimidation
there we
shall
go.
be addressed according to
There we go.
policy
Okay.
G. You know what, though? JICK is specific to students. Section J is students. So you do have a point.
Plus, because it's under student conduct, I mean, not student, staff, it only seems to apply to staff, whereas the general harassment applied
Right.
to everybody.
Right, and
So we do probably have to look at.
well, yeah, and the alternative we discussed was actually keeping GBBA and GBBAR and taking what is currently ACCA and ACCA and replacing it with that. So if you recall,
okay.
and that way we would keep the general harassment provisions, but the staff sexual harassment and that, the issue became, though, I believe, that the ACCA deals with sexual harassment of students and staff.
Right.
So we could we could also create a new policy in the student section with the same thing.
Right.
I don't know if it's something we want to take a second look at, or.
I also want to get a better understanding of what we mean by general harassment, because there's a whole lot of conduct, adult and student conduct that's addressed in the policy manual. So we may have it, we may just need to talk it out about what exactly we're talking about with general harassment.
Perhaps
And we
ASBA
just need to make
has.
it easy and user-friendly for
Right.
somebody, if they feel they're being harassed, that they
Right.
can go to the policy and understand it and say, this is what I need to do.
I assume ASBA can probably also tell us what they replace that with, in case maybe they have replaced it with another policy that we don't have, that we should have added or something.
That was not apparent when we did the
Oh,
research,
okay.
but I can ask the specific question
Yeah.
about general harassment. I mean, we have a lot of personnel policies, which is Section G, about how we treat our colleagues and discipline for mistreating colleagues. But let me do a little more research and bring that back with the next one. It sounds like I should bring this back on action so that you can have discussion. Okay.
I think so.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your patience, and thank you all for your assists.
Discussion item E, anti-vaping resolution. Is our presenter going to be Dr. Sakos or Shannon? Okay. Shannon Cron, welcome.
Hi,
Thank you
how are
for lasting this long.
You guys have stamina. All right, thank you. Good evening, Dr. Menzel, President Beckham, governing board members, and Gladys. Thank you for taking the time tonight to listen, to discuss, and really bring awareness to vaping. So, or e-cigarette use. So I want to just take a moment to just give a very brief overview. So when we talk about e-cigarettes, we're really talking about any sort of electronic device that can hold a liquid, which most likely contains nicotine. It can heat up that liquid and then can be inhaled. So they often go by several different names, anything from a vape pen, an e-hookah, sometimes a mod system. So our students, teens have a lot of different names that they call e-cigarettes. They often look like a cigarette itself. Sometimes they look like pens, sometimes they look like flash drives, cell phone chargers. It's amazing what is out there and how easily, they can be missed, especially if you don't know what you're looking for. E-cigarette use is often called vaping by adults, and our students typically refer to it as juuling. So same thing, just different names. So here, back in 2015-16, that is when we really started, noticing a trend in vape use. And that is pretty much across the country. At this point in time, the CDC has actually referred to vaping as an epidemic among teenagers. And so starting in 2015-16, you can see that we saw a pretty steady increase in our office discipline referrals. So those were students that were actually caught vaping on campus. In 2018, they also included questions around e-cigarette use on the Arizona Youth Survey. And so students were able to respond as to whether or not they had ever used an e-cigarette over a period of 30 days, over the period of a lifetime. So at that point in time, our 12th grade students, 64% of them reported yes, that they had used an e-cigarette over the course of their lifetime. So that was in 2018. We just finished taking the 2020. So there was, some of our schools took it last spring, and then with school closures, they reopened that window. So schools that were not able to participate in the Arizona Youth Survey in the spring are able to participate this fall. So we should have that data back probably December, January. So I'd be happy to share with you those numbers as well. But in 2018, we did see a significant number of our students report that over the course of a lifetime they had engaged in e-cigarette use. In 2019, you can see where our numbers really peaked in regards to e-cigarette use. At this point in time, it was also the #1 office discipline referral from our high schools. And so historically, you guys have probably heard me say that defiance and disrespect has always been the #1 referral, and that has been probably the last 10 years. And that is the #1 referral across, the country when you look at, PBIS systems. But in 2019, 18-19, vaping was the #1 referral on our campuses. So it was a huge concern, from our administrators, teachers, staff, everybody. Yes?
Really quick question about these numbers. Are these unique students? Is it 362 unique students were referred for this, or is it just referrals in general, the number of referrals for students?
So it's the number of referrals in general. So they could be, a repeat student or a reoffender if a student was caught a second time on campus. But this is, individual referrals.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Absolutely. Last year, you can see we had a significant decrease. This is, 187 is the entire year. So that fourth quarter, we were in remote learning. We had a couple situations where students were vaping on camera. But for the most part, we did not see, a lot of referrals fourth quarter. Looking at, 2019, 18-19, there was approximately 90 referrals per quarter. So even if we were to add 90 referrals onto that 187, we're still looking at, a difference of 85. So we did see a slight decrease, which is great. That's the direction that we're really hoping to trend.
And I will say, I'm assuming that maybe that drop was because we started advertising in the bathrooms and on the walls about educating our students how bad it is for your health.
Absolutely.
Well, we also had some, I know we had at the different high schools, some kind of, what do you call it, pop-up visits where the bathrooms were looked into and a little bit more last year.
Yeah, and actually, and I'll kind of share some of those strategies that we've used just here right after the slide, actually. So one of the things that we want to look at when we talk about prevention is having a better understanding of why. Why are students engaged in certain behaviors? So that way we can put, more meaningful preventative measures or interventions in place. And so what we've learned, through the National Youth Tobacco Survey, and which really aligns with what our students are telling us, in Scottsdale, is that the majority of them have used, any sort of e-cigarette or vaping, juuling, because their friends or a family member has. And so they're seeing it, it's in the community, they see their siblings, their peers, there's vape, stores on every corner, every strip mall. And so they're really desensitized to it. It's out there, it's in the community. The next thing that they shared, is that availability of flavors. And so, which is kind of scary. There's there's thousands of different flavors out there. And most of them are, named something like alien slime and sweet tart and cotton candy. And so, the Juul company, for example, they're not targeting adults, right? With alien slime. There's not very many adults, I don't think, that would be interested in that. But, so they're really, marketing and trying to target, a younger audience. And so that's concerning. And that's what, the students are telling us. They like the flavors. It doesn't hurt when they inhale. And then the second part is the belief that it's less harmful than smoking, other forms of tobacco. And so more than 2/3 of students reported that they didn't know that nicotine was in these devices, or in those pods. When in reality, when they're tested, over 99% of any sort of pod that you can buy has nicotine in it. And what's so scary about that is that, anybody who has smoked, a traditional cigarette, you might smoke that cigarette and it burns, or, you cough, you don't like it, right? But with, these flavors, and so it takes a long time, to build up from being, that casual use, I tried it one time, to being, a cigarette smoker. That happens over a period of time. But with, these pods that, students are vaping, they might, go from trying it one day, right? And they like it. They like the flavor. It doesn't burn. It's, people are doing it around them. And so what the data or research has shown us is that you can go from being a non-user to being a user in a very short period of time, a matter of a couple days, a week, where, you're using this regularly. In one of those pods, a Juul pod, it's equivalent to 1 pack of cigarettes, the amount of nicotine. And so essentially, you are going from a non-smoker to a smoker, 1 pack a day cigarette smoker, in a very short period of time. And what's scary is we don't have the long-term research to really have a solid understanding of what that does to a developing body, brain. We know that nicotine use is harmful on adolescent brain development. We know that it increases the likelihood that they're going to be addicted to other substances down the road. I mean, it really truly changes the physical makeup of the brain. So that's very concerning. And then on top of that, really not knowing what it's doing to your body. So when we look at that information, and I mean, it's an issue with our youth, but it really is a community-wide issue, and changing that mindset and making sure that everybody really has an understanding about how harmful this is for our teens. And so what we were able to do, and a lot of these efforts were able to put in place through the High School Health and Wellness Grant that we had through the Governor's Office of Youth, Faith, and Families. So we had 3 high schools that were targeted, and those were Arcadia, Chaparral, and Desert Mountain. And through those schools, we were able to implement, the Botvin's life skills curriculum. So that was the chosen curriculum, through the grant. And that really, taught our students, more resistance strategies, helped them, with problem solving, decision making. So it targeted more than substance use. Those were the only 3 high schools that curriculum was able to be implemented. But these prevention strategies we've been able to implement, across kind of the board. And so what we did was we took, monthly prevention messaging. And so whether it was videos, sometimes students made the videos. Sometimes we took videos, from, the Truth Initiative, or, these Stanford, medical. There's so many great videos out there that really kind of dispel the myths about vaping. And we would play them on morning announcements. We would hang up posters, around campus, in the nurse's office, in the bathrooms, places that, kind of those high-frequency, areas on campus, just to, get that information out. There was newsletters, it would be posted on social media, some of the videos, just any place that we could find that students were going and where they might be able to access that information. We tried to overload them with, information about vaping, the myths and the dangers. We also brought in community experts to, share information with parents or community members, especially since so many of our parents were really, what we learned, were really unaware of how dangerous and how quickly, students could become addicted to vaping. We actually just had a presentation last week, from, her name is Erica Mansour, and she's absolutely fantastic. She's out of the governor's office, and she also has come in and, given some classroom presentations and has made them, developmentally appropriate. So if she's talking to a 6th grade, audience, she'll, make it appropriate for 6th graders, or a 12th grade audience, make it appropriate for 12th graders. So she really does a nice job, and we've developed a great relationship with her where, she's willing to, continue those presentations, because this is something, again, where we want to make sure that we're making it easily accessible for parents to, tune in and to listen and get this information. And then we've also provided trainings, on vaping trends and really the awareness of what are these devices and what do they look like. Because again, they can be so easily, missed if you don't know. And so we've, had to bring in experts to really kind of show what some of these devices, look for signs and symptoms, and provide those trainings for teachers, counselors, school psychologists, nurses, et cetera. So that's really kind of what we're doing right now, or what we have been doing through that tier 1 level. So something that, hopefully everybody is exposed to. Looking at that tier 2, which is more of that small group intervention, so students that have perhaps, are perhaps, in those early stages, we call it, of use, we've offered Project Rewind. And those, can be students that perhaps they were caught vaping on campus, or perhaps a parent has called us and said, I'm concerned. I found this in my child's bedroom. I don't know what to do. And so we refer them to Project Rewind, which is through Not My Kid. It's a 6-hour education class where parents and, their child, they go together and, they learn about, the kind of the dangers of substance use. They learn how it impacts their body and their brain. They, really discuss communication, tools that can be implemented in the home, right? Trying to open up that communication so, students can feel comfortable coming and having conversations with their parents. And then they also provide resistance strategies. So how do you say no? If you're, out on a Friday night with your friends and this is what's happening, how do you leave that situation? Or what do you say? Because a lot of times our students might not know. And so they provide, really that type of support as well. We have the student assistance programs on our campus. And so, oftentimes, those programs support students who are engaged in any sort of problematic behavior that they see as having a negative impact on their life, and they want to develop more healthy coping strategies. So that's one way, that we really support students that are looking, to quit or change behaviors on campus. We also have restorative practices. And so one of the things that we've heard, from our students is that, students that are not engaged in vape use are frustrated. They get, upset when they walk into a restroom and there's kids vaping, in the restroom. Or if restroom is closed down because of vape use. And so, helping students understand how their behavior impacts those around them, can be really powerful as well. And so those restorative practices are important for us to, continue and expand. And then we've also tried to provide students, and again, this is, last year, but with healthy alternatives, during lunchtime. So rather than, perhaps, engaging in some of these, more problematic behaviors or vaping, provide students with, healthy alternatives. So whether it's, opening up the gym to play basketball or, hosting like a yoga class, or we've had, lunch activities with like table games or tables set up. So we call them, fairs at lunchtime. So those have been really helpful as well. And this year, we'll be able to do the same thing. We'll just have to tweak what we're doing and make it work, in our current reality. And then, of course, we, look at Tier 3. So these are students that are really engaged in probably pretty regular, vape use or nicotine use. And what we've done, with those students is provide community referrals. So we've got partnerships with, organizations, agencies that, support substance use or support vape use. Make those referrals where they can get, more one-on-one, intense support. We may provide, a weekly check-in with the social worker where they're just, looking at, how are you doing this week? How are you doing on your goals? Really getting that positive feedback. And then positive behavior support plan. So if somebody is really struggling, to maintain those, expected behaviors on a campus, we might put more monitoring, in place for somebody. So those are some of the, just really looking at the tiered supports that we've been able to offer students. This is obviously, an ongoing, challenge. And again, something that we want to, continue to bring awareness to the community and, and to our schools. So kind of looking at next steps, tonight, the discussion around considering that anti-vaping resolution, again, to bring awareness to the community. Really looking at the expansion of, Botvin's life skills. We have the trauma-informed primary prevention, grant, which will be supporting middle schools. And we are required, again, to implement an evidence-based program, Botvin. So that will support our middle schools, this coming school year, and then the next 3 years. To enhance prevention campaigns, so again, really looking at how we're getting that messaging, out there, utilizing social media, trying to figure out, where our students are at, so they can really see and, and have access to information. Again, continuing, those educational presentations for our community members, making sure, that we have them often. So if you were not able to attend perhaps one night, you have several more opportunities because again, this is information where, it's important for our parents to hear. It's important for them to know and to recognize, kind of signs, symptoms, and what they might even be looking for, in their child's room. Again, this looks like, a clicker. It could be a vape device. I mean, that's how easily undiagnosed they go. And then to teach and reinforce, resistance strategies through SEL programming. So we're really trying to pump up, those SEL opportunities. Right now in November, we're talking about, decision making. So we've continued to post SEL lessons on our website. So that way, teachers, it's easy. It's, all they have to do is go to the support services website and they can get 5-10 minute lessons, and most of them have a video. So if they're uncomfortable teaching these lessons themselves, they can play a video and maybe, engage in a discussion afterwards. But again, really trying to support our teachers with, that SEL programming and making sure that, students are having access to these different programs. And then, of course, encourage, our students and parents to attend the diversion program. So sometimes, we do have parents that opt out, and so they'd rather take, suspension days over alternative, the alternative to suspension or, attending a Project Rewind. So, really trying to work on, helping them understand, the benefit to going and, learning some more, learning communications, skills, supporting your students. So that is something that we'll continue to work on. And then again, of course, providing support group opportunities. And so through that trauma-informed grant, something that we'll be able to do is provide even more opportunities for our community members in regards to, support and, positive coping. And so it might be something where it could be a parent group, but, and parents supporting parents or parents, wanting to, perhaps develop more positive coping strategies themselves. So, and then of course, provide, evidence-based programs that can help students quit. So there's quite a few of them, out there that we can provide, students information. So for example, if they, just text Ditch Jewel to, it automatically connects them to the Truth Initiative, and they basically are connected with a coach that can help, them quit, that quit plan. So there's lots of great, programs out there. And, some of these are online as well. So kind of in our current reality, we'll be able to offer opportunities for students to participate in some of those, vaping or prevention programs as well. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, or I can turn it over for discussion.
Board members, do we have any questions? Comments? Board Member Kravitz.
Anecdotally, because I don't know that you have actual numbers, what percentage of parents vape of the students who are reported for vaping in school? Because that can create difficulties in trying to, prevent students from vaping if their own parents are.
Right. So I do not have any data on, parent usage, just because that's something that we have never.
No, I
collected.
didn't expect you to have data. I just
Yeah.
meant anecdotally,
okay.
you find that we have students who are vaping, and then you find out, the parent is vaping too,
So-
because that makes it more difficult.
Right, yes, especially at the elementary or, younger levels. I mean, where kids are getting, they don't know anybody old enough, right, to go in and buy them. So sometimes they're getting it from home. One of the biggest concerns is, the belief behind, vaping will help you stop smoking. Well, you're really just trading one for another, but that has been, a big campaign. So, Juul, for example, Juul will help you stop smoking, by juuling, right? And so they send, the message that it's less harmful. And so a lot of adults have switched from smoking cigarettes to vaping and are under the impression, that it is healthier. And so I don't know how many of our, parents, but their parents could be impacted by that as well.
And there's also, if I'm not mistaken, are there ingredients in the vaping liquid or whatever, other than nicotine, that are equally, if not more harmful?
Right.
So that's bad. And then,
Right.
is the penalty for selling vaping products to underage purchasers the same as for selling tobacco products?
Yes.
And what is the youngest age of a student, or the grade level that we've come across, of someone having a vaping pen or they're vaping in school?
We confiscated 5 in an elementary school this week.
The other week, did you say?
And this week, yeah.
Thank you.
Board Member Greenberg.
The discipline referrals thing says tobacco use. Is that all tobacco products?
So, yes, yeah. So tobacco, because that's how it's coded in our office discipline referral. So we have tobacco usage, and I could not tell you the last time we've seen a student with a pack of cigarettes. It's the vapes that we're seeing right now. And the vapes are mostly used for, the nicotine. Some students will vape, the THC as well. So, which is extra concerning, which is another reason I think why we really want to bring that awareness to the community.
So what is the objective here on this information, is to discuss the issue of vaping, or to discuss the resolution that we're being asked to pass at some point? Or are we discussing that next as part of this, or is this?
It's part of this,
It's
yes.
it's all part of it. Okay, so this has been a pretty difficult issue for me to wrap my head around, because for 2 issues. One, I don't know the last time, since I've been on the board, I've never been asked to pass a resolution on a political issue. And the second one is, I'm not entirely sure or convinced about the resolution itself or the aim of it. The first issue is a little difficult to me, because I don't know when resolutions of this nature should be passed by the board. I know there are some boards that have no issue with it, and they pass them left, right, and center. I don't believe our district has a history of doing that. And, on the one hand, I go, well, that's annoying because it'd be great to take a unified stand on some issue. At the same time, there is the other side of that, which is, well, then we'll be taking resolutions on all sorts of stuff, and we can't really stop those discussions because it wouldn't be fair for one person to bring up, an issue that is of a politically sensitive nature that is actively being discussed by council. And the way it was explained to me today was that what the organizations attempt to do is get school boards and various organizations to pass these types of things, and then they use that to go to the state legislature and lobby them and say, look at all these boards that have passed all these things. And it's tough because there's no shock here. I'm a Democrat and I'm a liberal person. There are many things that I would love to pass resolutions on that would probably be seen as pretty controversial to people. So I don't. I do it in my personal capacity. I do whatever work I do in my personal capacity. I don't bring it before the board. And things that do affect our students on a day-to-day basis. I mean, I've one, not to just throw a wild card in there, but a very common one that's been discussed is the sales tax on women's sanitary products. Sales tax disproportionately affects low-income families. We know that sanitary products are a necessary element for students attending school. There is a loss of students, during those events. So it's kind of like, should we be passing a resolution on that, and going to the city, to our various city councils and putting that forward. I mean, I think that's something that's probably best done on an individual level because I think it just opens the door to things that can go either way. Is it a slippery slope? I don't think so. I don't think if we have to bring this at another meeting and we approve it, I don't think it's a slippery slope, but I do think it can be used as precedent to say, we've done this before, why can't I bring this forward now for a discussion, debate? That's the real risk I have. And then the second side of it is, vaping in my mind, there is no such thing as safe vaping. If you don't smoke, you shouldn't start, and you shouldn't use vape products because we really just don't know how dangerous it is. And obviously, I believe, as you mentioned, the CDC made this an epidemic because of the lung injuries that were coming in. One of the key reasons why they no longer track that as an epidemic is because there was immediate awareness spread, there was educational programs, a big clampdown on the black market of these products. And, a concern I have on a substantive level is, maybe it's because I'm 26 and have a different experience with these things, but my whole life has been a drug war. It has, and it's disproportionately affects people of color. It disproportionately affects minorities, and it's difficult for me to see why we wouldn't, if this is really something we want to do and make our own resolution, and craft it, why we wouldn't be advocating for really strict regulation of this stuff. I mean, I have the European mindset. Obviously, there are constitutional limitations, but if it were up to me, everything would be plain packaged. They'd have the warnings on them. They'd be behind a opaque container, and you would have to literally ask somebody to go and find it, which is how it's done in the EU. But I wouldn't ban it because, one of the biggest issues here is the black market for this stuff. And I just don't know substantively whether the concept itself works. So on the one hand, I have the larger issue for the board, and the question is, what is our scope, and should we really get involved in this as other boards have? And then the second question is, substantively, do we want to change this resolution and make it our own if we are going to do this? Because I think actually in many ways my second question highlights the first question. There is a lot of contentious views on this and very different, I don't mean that in an uncivil way, but there is a lot of different viewpoints on how this works. And as somebody who has had significant addiction in his family, I know, that fear of getting help or telling people because, and sometimes the substances being used are criminalized. It's illegal to even have them and all this. So I think, those are the challenges I'm dealing with and trying to juggle the resolution. The education part and what we're doing, I think is fantastic. I would even like to see it in other areas like sexual harassment, appropriate relationships. I would love to expand it. I think that is great because we want to help people. We want to prevent them from getting on it. And then if they are using it, we want to help them get off of it. That is fantastic, and I will always support that. But I don't know if this is what we want to wade into.
Thank you. Any other board members like to weigh in on that? Vice President Beckman.
Yeah, no, I truly appreciate your sentiments, I do. And we may just have a difference of opinion because of what I see and what I know is going on in our schools. So I can't be objective. I am going to say that I would love to see a resolution passed. I've seen the statistics. I've heard from our high school kids what they see in our bathrooms. And as I stated previously, I am in full support of developing an anti-vaping resolution. The reason I brought it before our board is because it is happening in our schools. It is an epidemic. The kids are doing it consistently. It's unlike anything else that we've seen. And I think at some point, resolutions exist. And at some point you take a stand. And this might just be one of those. I did want to read a few things that I found were interesting and timely. August 11th of 2020 this year, the Stanford University School of Medicine put out an article titled "Vaping Linked to COVID-19 Risks in Teens and Young Adults." The study, which was published online on August 11th in the Journal of Adolescent Health, is the first to examine connections between youth vaping and COVID-19, using the U.S. population-based data collected during the pandemic. Among young people who were tested for the virus that causes COVID-19, the research found that those who vaped were 5 to 7 times more likely to be infected than those who did not use e-cigarettes. The study concluded by saying, in addition to warning teenagers and young adults about the dangers of vaping, the researchers hope their findings will prompt the FDA to further tighten regulations governing how vaping products are sold to young people. Now is the time, Halper and Feshler said. We need the FDA to hurry up and regulate these products. And we need to tell everyone, if you are a vapor, you are putting yourself at risk for COVID and other lung disease. That was in August of this year. The CDC in September of this year said, comprehensive implementation of evidence-based strategies at a national, state, and local levels in coordination with the FDA regulation can prevent and reduce youth tobacco product use. Strategies to address factors driving youth e-cigarettes are particularly critical. In addition to FDA's enforcement policy that prohibits the sale of pre-filled pod or cartridge-based e-cigarettes in flavors other than tobacco or menthol, several states and communities have restricted all flavor e-cigarette sales, including menthol. So yes, I would like to see SUSD be a leader in this effort. I think we need to do more than annually just present data and discuss this issue. We need to do everything possible to help our children, and this includes joining other school districts that are considering this very issue tonight. Tempe is one of them. Roosevelt has already passed one. ASPA stands behind this. I just feel very strongly about it, and I respect that other board members may not feel the same way I do, but I'm seeing it firsthand, so.
Thank you. Any other comments? Board Member Kravitz.
To me, this isn't particularly a political issue, it's a health and safety issue. That being said, I understand your point about slippery slope of when we start passing regulations. Our district does not have a history of doing so. So my question is, rather than passing a resolution, is there some way to add this or some of the verbiage? Is this itself the regulation or the resolution that we're looking to pass?
There's an additional statement that we have to send it to.
Because
I'm sorry, Board Member Kravitz, I wanted to say, just because I just said that, I'm totally for drafting our own, modifying whatever. That's,
Because I didn't see, but my question is, can we, rather than accepting a resolution, and I get it, okay, so now Scottsdale has signed on to this and it creates, I don't know that a resolution is going to change the mind of a parent or of a student that they will not vape because we've, passed a resolution. If there's a way of attaching some of the important information to a regulation, I know we have a JICG, tobacco use by students, and then there's JICH, drug and alcohol use. I didn't know if there's some way of attaching regulation or some of the verbiage that may be in a resolution to one of our regulations or exhibits that we have also for JICH. if that's another possibility, which maybe has more heft since we're adding it as an adjunct to our policy.
Board Member Probert?
Well, so I guess on Board Member Kravitz's point, what do you see as a resolution by this board accomplishing?
Well, I see it as first a discussion as a respect to, obviously, all of my colleagues airing what they thought maybe we could come up with to take a stronger stand on this, because we're seeing the trends. Ultimately, and you kind of said it, Sandy, I agree that it sends a message to the greater community, even when Scottsdale digs in and takes a stand and says, we would like to, ultimately, I would like to see the language address the flavors beyond absolutely say, I would personally, and I'm just putting it out there, and I don't apologize for this, I would like to see flavors not be sold with Juul products, because I feel like cotton candy and all of that is what is attractive to our kids, because it takes away that taste. You may not feel the same. I personally would like to see it not available. But just by taking that stronger stand, I think that it sends a message, and other school districts will do that, and we will kind of have a snowball effect where maybe there'll be tighter regulations or restrictions on selling these products to kids, and the Juul shops popping up on every corner with those flavored products.
So again, though, is the idea that school boards are being asked to ultimately send a message to legislators?
Yeah, I mean, that's why
Is
ASBA is
that-
doing it as well, and that's why they are supporting it. Yeah, it's to say that the entire community.
And what can't we accomplish in our code of conduct for our students, in our policies, in our rules and regulations?
Well, that I would leave to our legal to kind of answer the differences and you think the
that
impact.
wouldn't accomplish it. I mean, because I'm going to chime in, and some people may be quite surprised at this, because I do believe strongly in the slippery slope of board resolutions. And I do believe that just like tonight, it shows that the conversations around resolutions, and I have personally been asked as board member over the last 8 years to discuss and review resolutions that did make me incredibly uncomfortable, because it is not our job as the 5 board members to send messages to our legislatures or send messages to our community. It is to make decisions that are best for our students. And when you sit, and I've done it too often now, you're sitting as a board, 5 of you discussing resolutions, the distraction to me from our students really becomes the slippery slope. And that's just my personal opinion.
I'll just add a bit of information, because ASPA did come up. ASPA has an arm, an advocacy arm, that does lobby just for these types
Oh, I'm
of
aware of that.
issues, in
Yeah.
which we are a member.
Right, so we're
So
represented.
as a member, we are sending a message indirectly through ASPA if it sounds like they have adopted something similar to this.
Right.
But I'll let Melissa Sackos, did you come up to?
Yes, so
add
I
to
was
the
just going to help
conversation?
provide some clarification and answer some questions. So to Ms. Beckman's point, in my point of view, this resolution brings awareness. And every time we want to see change in our society, we create demand. And we create demand by showing our community that, one, it is a problem. And it's not just a Scottsdale problem, but it's a problem in our nation. And so the purpose of tonight's presentation was to give you that background as to what we've been seeing in SUSD and that climbing issue in office discipline referrals of seeing the use of vape and tobacco products in our schools. With that said, I feel pretty confident that our code of conduct and our board policies associated with code of conduct allow us to take the appropriate steps in addressing students who abuse illegally obtain, whether it's tobacco, alcohol, or other drug products. As you saw from the presentation, our role, and from the role of student services, is always preventative. Again, you create that awareness. It's important to be preventative in educating our families and our youth, and then putting in those tiered supports so that we are supporting our families. So to answer the question, can this be resolved by our code of conduct and our board policy? I truly feel as though we have done that. And we continue to, again, with the grant opportunities, and even though we continue to provide that education to the extent possible, and even though you see that 3 of our campuses had that HSHW grant, when we provide the awareness, all of the different opportunities to come to programming, we extend it across our entire school district. And so that's what we want to continue to do. So I just wanted to kind of give the bigger context and again, being in the role of student services as the executive director for 10 years, I'd be remiss if I just sat there and said nothing about this. Sorry, I have something in my eye. And then also answer the question about our code of conduct and our board policy.
Any other
Well,
comments?
my point wasn't that
Board
it's
Member
not covered
Kravitz.
in our code of conduct, it was just, do we want to add some of
Do
the
we want
language?
to strengthen?
Sorry, do we want to add some of the language from the background information to either a regulation or some other?
But I think, Dr. Sakis, your point is our policies, regulations are already very strong in the
Yeah.
wording that we have, so.
Yeah, I feel, and Ms. Marshall, you can correct me if I'm wrong, if you feel as though that we can strengthen those policies. I think we see that when trends come up every single year, there's always things to add. And we constantly look at our J policies because that's specific to student discipline. But again, I think that, not a lot of our parents read the code of conduct, not a lot of them go through and read every board policy. But when we make bold statements and when we go back and say, here's what we're doing, here's the problem, we're in this together, that's when we get action. And it's about creating that demand. And that's a McCrell term, so sorry to be lecturing you on creating demand and managing change and first order change, second order change, but we definitely need change in this area. So hopefully that answers your question.
Board Member Pearlberg, you had a question?
Well, and I appreciate that, and I don't want to oversimplify it, or we're going to solve this problem in policy or regulations or anything. I just feel that, the actions we take as a board to support the education of our students and the families, and I mean, the whole long list of next steps, I loved every bit of that. My husband's in healthcare, of course, and my students are in college and getting out. I'm very aware of the prevalence and just, it's everywhere, right, around our kids, high school and college, and it's terrifying. But I just feel strongly, again, that slippery slope is my problem. I will sit here for a whole night, I will sit here for another 3 hours and approve and discuss how we can support financially the systems and the programs in our schools to help our students and parents. I'm happy to discuss that all day. It's just this concept of a resolution solving a problem is, again, it's a slippery slope to me. It really is.
So I think that what we have is two things, and you brought them up. We have a resolution that has possibly some political implications, as well as advocacy to our legislative body that maybe some of the board members are not comfortable with. And then we have the programs appropriating funding, appropriating additional funding, because this is such a problem, for preventative services and programs that could help our students is one issue. But what I think is on the table is this board at this time interested in having a resolution which, at the bottom line of the resolution, if you could read that, because that's what it's actually asking for is to prohibit the sale.
Asking for support in prohibiting the sales of flavored tobacco products.
So it's
the ones
very,
that
very
are marketed
specific is
towards our
what you're
kids.
bringing up.
Oh, yeah.
And this is asking for Arizona to prohibit it, not that you wouldn't go to
Phoenix.
Oh, just Phoenix.
Because we have
It's going
schools
to
in
this-
Phoenix, yeah, that's
It's
why.
just the city council,
Yeah,
it's
of
not even the
Phoenix.
state legislature. Oh, okay.
Well,
It's just right now, it's a
Concept whether it's the
Well-
city or it's the state. I'm just
Sure.
saying that I just wanted to hear specifically.
And I'm aware, Barbara,
I'll
to
call
your
on you.
point, that Scottsdale, I don't even remember if Scottsdale's passed a resolution. 2018, a resolution against the voucher expansion was brought to the board, and it got shot down. And I think that's the last one I heard ever brought up.
Going the way?
the voucher expansion.
Oh.
And I think that got shot down. So I don't remember.
There's been a few others, conversations that I've
Oh, well, maybe that I
had to
didn't
go
see.
through. And
So-
I found it very distracting from our actual work.
Right, and while I know that this isn't commonplace in Scottsdale, I feel it's so common in our schools that it warranted a discussion.
Sure. No, it did. It definitely did. I'm glad we're having it. Board Member Greenberg.
Yeah, so, first, I don't think it doesn't warrant a discussion. I think if a board member wants to bring something to the board for it to be discussed, it should absolutely be brought up and discussed. And it's why I was moving the discussion to the actual, what is the goal? What is it that we're going to be asked to do at the next one? I think in some ways, it kind of undermines the argument for it. If the main issue is getting it out to our families, I mean, do we not send a lot of communications to our families about this? And it looks like we do a ton of education on this with our students. So it seems like in our own district, we do a lot. The issue is, and it's illegal under whether it's flavored or not, it's illegal under the age of 18 or 21 if it's a tobacco product. So then this is saying the next step of, it's getting into consumer protection law. And I think actually the voucher one is a really good point. I do not personally support the expansion of vouchers, but that is a personal position, and that's something I can advocate for. And the risk is it opens that door to, maybe all 5 of us agree on that, or maybe we don't, or maybe the next board that comes in signs a different resolution overruling that. So I think as much as I would love to pass resolutions on things, I think it actually keeps us in check by saying, if this is something that's important to you, we should look at the resources our district needs to fight this. And it looks like we already put in a lot of resources, but I'm very happy to put in more. And as I said, I would be really happy to expand it to other troubling issues that our students deal with. And I'd be happy to, send more information to parents and everything, the AG's office, coming in and doing that, virtual learning session or in person with parents, all that. That is a ton of work. And the resolution I was told was very specific. Yes, it is for the city of Phoenix, but the way that these lobbyist groups work is they get us to pass these resolutions and then they use it to go to the legislature, which was considering 2 bills back in April of last year. So, we have ASBA. That's why we have ASBA. They do the lobbying work, even if I disagree with specifically what they're trying to advocate for. But that's why we have ASBA. They do all of that. I don't know if that's really our place, and I agree with Board Member Perleberg. I'm happy to discuss more resource allocation and what else we can do, but that's my position on the matter. I think it really does keep us fair and balanced. We just don't generally do this.
And I personally welcome the point of view. My hope in bringing it to this board tonight was I know that we still have issues in our school. And the ultimate thought for me was if we can send a message that more needs to be done, whether it be nationally, at the state, at the city, or whatever, so that these flavored tobacco products were not available on every street corner to our kids, therefore enticing them to start this addiction process, I would be all for it. So if we stand united in the fact that this seems political and we don't want to move forward with drafting even our own type of resolution, so be it. And I respect the discussion, but personally, I will stand still in my belief that I don't think we're doing enough. So,
Thank you. So I have a question, Michelle, after legal counsel. This is a information discussion item. So we're not voting on this today, but how do we determine whether this should move to the next step of being voted on? Do we just kind of take
it can be broad at the next.
I know how Board Member Greenberg and Board Member Perlberg feel. Or what's the process we should be using here?
So in presenting this information item, I actually left off the reference to the City of Phoenix ordinance, not because there's anything wrong with it. As a matter of fact, I confirmed with the Attorney General's office that this isn't a violation of, influencing the outcomes of elections type of statutes, 15511. But I wanted to allow you all to have a discussion and
you're not voting, but you're definitely signaling, each of you, whether you want us to bring it back and how you want us to bring it back. Without a vote, it sounds like a majority of you maybe do not want a resolution, but would like more information and possible next steps in terms of this issue in particular, as at least as far as what the district is doing. So we can have a conversation with administration and come back with a recommendation in terms of, what is already planned, what we would recommend as other next steps. Again, you asked process. You're not voting, but we often take direction from what your conversation is. And so that's perfectly fine. Everyone, or I think everyone has voiced their opinion.
So I guess I would ask just is there anybody else who would like to make a comment? Okay.
I think
So
Dr.
Menzel.
Thank you.
Were you over here like going this the whole time and I didn't?
Not the whole time.
You can just.
So I think there are a couple of things from my perspective. One, there's a lot of work that's being done, thanks to the team, for all the effort to focus on anti-vaping efforts within the schools. It's really important. It's something that is worthy of a lot of attention. There are also situations, and so I'm just going to maybe muddy the water a little bit. If we need a stoplight or a crosswalk to make it safe for kids to come to school, Dennis Rayler will do what he needs to in order to be able to advocate for that to happen. And so there are sometimes within our systems opportunities to be able to advocate for the things that address the system problems outside of school. I can't put in, and we as a district can't put in a stoplight just because we believe it's necessary. There's a process we have to go through. Sometimes, as a district, administration might bump up against a wall, and we might need some more firepower in order to be able to make it clear to other policymakers who are making decisions that impact our ability to do our job that that needs to be attended to. So it might not be that the city of Phoenix sees the problem over at Arcadia and the traffic flow as an issue that warrants changing the timing of the light. We're going to make that case because we know exactly what happens with the traffic backup, and so it should be, and it is, from our perspective, a safety concern. At some point, I could envision a scenario where the Scottsdale Unified School Board would signal collectively that this is an important issue from our perspective because it impacts our students. So I understand the concern and the slippery slope, and I would be really reluctant to say that we just say yes to any resolution that comes by at any point in time. But if it impacts our students in a direct way, and there's an opportunity to be able to speak with a collective voice, I think it's worth the conversation. I think it's also good to consider when it doesn't make sense to do that. I come from a state where our board didn't pass a lot of resolutions, but when we did, they were done very purposefully, intentionally, designed to have impact in a specific way, tied to what we were trying to accomplish for students. So to me, I think that there's a whole lot that we're doing within the realm of what we're already authorized to do. And a question like this gets to when and where do we need the collective power of the governing board elected to represent the community to say, this is harming kids and we want more action to be able to address it.
Thank you very much. And Shannon, would you like to come up to the podium?
And I'm just going to say one thing, and because I know Shannon will do a nicer job tying this up than myself, but you can expect in the springtime that Student Services will come forward in their annual Code of Conduct update, and we'll also share our office discipline referral data, and fortunately we'll have our Arizona Youth Survey data from 2020 to share as well, and that goes along with some of our next steps as well in terms of our tiered approach to intervention. So I'll let Shannon say some final words.
Oh, and Dr. Sakos, I don't want you to think I was calling Shannon up. She raised her hand over.
Oh, no.
I wasn't kicking you out. I wasn't going, hey, I'm bringing her up because I'm moving you out.
It's fine.
Didn't want you to think that.
This is her expertise. No, it was just a kind of a piggyback thought on, what Dr. Menzel was just saying. And, when we go back to the 3 different reasons as to why students are starting, vaping and becoming, very quickly addicted, it was because of, kind of that desensitization, a family member, a friend, the availability of flavors, and then, oh my gosh, now my mind just went blank. Well, and not understanding, the harm. Sorry, I looked at your hand and went blank. Sorry.
Sorry, I'll put it down. I'll put it down. I'll put it down. I apologize. I'll put it down.
So when we look at, those three areas and we talk about, preventing, problem behaviors from occurring, I am confident that, we can put those prevention measures in place for two. I'm confident that we can increase that awareness, help, I guess, really, help our families, our community members have a better understanding of, the harmful impact of, vaping, right? The effects that it has on the body, on the brain. I think that we can do that. I'm confident, in those areas of prevention. The one that I am not as confident around is that availability of flavors. And that is something where, again, it's kind of outside of, our ability to implement, prevention. And so I just wanted to like, I guess, really leave that on the table, for when we walk away and think, tonight. And it's not saying that we can't, work with the community and, again, increase, the awareness that, even though it might taste good, it's not good. But again, I think that one is a little bit more difficult, for us as a district to really kind of have any sort of, meaningful or powerful, impact over. So.
Okay, thank you, Shannon. Board Member Greenberg.
If I may, I agree that there's the reason why you do resolutions because there's power in it. But the problem is the picking and choosing. And yes, as I said, we have zero idea how dangerous this is. This could be extremely dangerous in the long term if it's tainted with chemicals like vitamin E acetate. It can kill you. I've never used one. You're never going to see me use one. I told all my friends to quit. Then they never did. And then when the lung epidemic occurred because of this vitamin E, they all quit. I don't have a single friend who uses it anymore, okay? But we're adults. The problem is I could easily argue that there are a million things that affect 100% of our student body, vouchers included, and funding for our public schools. And so it's really difficult for me to sit back and say, okay, well, so we'll pass this resolution, but the other things we'll never get through just simply because of a political divide in ideology and viewpoint. That is the issue that I see. I have personally signed things in my own name since being on the board, in my own individual capacity. I have no issue doing that because that's on me. That's for me to, this is what I believe, this is my record on this. I agree with the availability issue. I think it should be heavily regulated. It's very easy to buy this stuff online and improper things not made by Juul or any of these, I know because I know how my friends work and I know what they were doing. It is very easy to buy this stuff. Black market, poorly made from foreign countries. And it's also difficult in the context of a state that just passed Prop 207. In fact, many states pass very similar things. I mean, it just seems that this is truly a political issue. Yes, there are times to take stands, but the things that I truly believe we should be taking stands on, even if we wrote up a generic one, if we wrote up a generic one and said, this is a danger and we want the government to take more action, okay, I mean, fine, but then what's the point? But it just seems to me that what we're trying to avoid is the unfairness in that discussion. That we basically say, well, because of how we personally grew up or what we did, this is how we feel this matter should be dealt with. And then the one person's like, well, yeah, but I want to discuss this and it never gets taken up. So I just, think it's very difficult.
We understand where you're coming from, so thank you for sharing. Would you mind, Patty?
No,
Can you go first?
I was just
Board Member
going to
Herbert.
wrap up. I do, just to confirm, I absolutely appreciate the conversation, absolutely appreciate the education and the learning. Our community has to have it, our students have to have it. But I will say, from experience, I think our legislature and our lawmakers are a lot more, they're not afraid of all of school boards, but they are afraid of angry, protective mothers. So I'm going to call on our SUSD passionate parents to take this fight downtown, and they'll probably have a lot more luck than a school board resolution, personally, in my opinion.
Really
So,
So
Vice
I will
President
close with, I
Beckman.
appreciate that, but I will tell you that conversely, I think we've just sent a message that we will never pass a resolution. So that's just my late night thinking here, because if we're not going to do it about something like this, nothing is going to jar us into ever doing that. So anyway, I'm done. Thanks.
If there's no other comments, we will move on. I want to thank you very much, Shannon, for bringing especially all this information to our community tonight.
Thank you,
If they didn't
Shannon.
stay up for it, I hope we'll get the word out that where it is on the video and that they can go to it, because our parents and students need to learn about it. So thank you very much.
thank you.
Oh my gosh, we are just at the consent agenda. Luckily, we only have one action item. Okay.
This agenda together, my lord.
Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented? I'm sorry, who was it? Was it Board Member Kravitz? Okay, thanks. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, Board Member Perlberg. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. All right, at this time, we would have public comment for action items, but we do not have any tonight. We will move to our action item A, approval of fiscal year 2019-2020 school level financial report.
Oh my gosh.
Well, I feel like we get to the finance stuff at the very end, so everybody's all worn out. Ready? But that's okay.
And Shannon, if you'll excuse me, I didn't get a chance. This is Shannon Crozier, our acting CFO. So welcome.
Sorry.
No, that's fine.
So we're looking at the fiscal year 2019-2020 school level financial report. This is actually the first time we've ever done this. It's a new requirement for the state of Arizona. So this is the first time any district has done this or presented this to the governing board. So if you look at this and go, we've never done that, that's why.
Thank you for letting us know. Yeah.
Yes. I will tell you, the report that actually came from the state is really complicated. So we're going to kind of talk about why and how it came apart, show you what it looks like, and then show you how we tried to simplify it in a way that makes a little bit more sense. So the purpose of it really came about from the Every Student Succeeds Act, or ESSA. It was actually signed several years ago. And was put in place several years ago, but basically it requires states to do a school report card. And that school report card has to have test score results, high school graduation rates, school funding information, which is what we're talking about tonight, and teacher qualifications. One of the questions we got had to do with the test score results and the high school graduation rates. Those things are done by ADE, so that will never that's not something that we put together, that's something that the state does and puts on those report cards. And the teacher qualifications is really something that HR does with ADE as just a verification. So that's why you don't see those other parts. The only part you'll see and get to approve is the school funding information, which then feeds into those school report cards, which are available online. Anybody can go in and look at those report cards for each individual school within our district to compare their school. It's effective this year, and it has to be submitted to ADE by Friday, November 20th. There's some requirements that we have to have in that report. Basically, it's detailed revenues generated by student count, the total allocated federal, state, local revenues at each school, the amount of money that wasn't allocated. So there are some expenses that we don't allocate out. They're district-wide expenses that we left at district-wide. Allocations for classroom site fund, amounts allocated for teacher pay, benefits, classroom supplies, student support, other expenditures. The report that gets submitted to the state has all that information in it. What we're going to show you tonight has kind of condensed it down, because if you pull all of that out, we'd never fit it on something that anybody could, it would be so small, or you wouldn't be able to fit it on a page. So when we look at those, the report, the first part is expenditures. The top one is all funds. It's expenditures for every single fund within the district.
So it is every expenditure that we had. There's expenditures from federal funds. That's going to be like your title grants, Medicaid, E-rate, Indian education. There's expenditures for state funds. It's just your state grants, results-based funding, college exams. The report that we're going to show you that condensed down tonight just has all funds. We didn't break out the federal and state funds, but we're going to have the link on our website where you can go and actually see the report from the state and see far more than what we're going to be showing tonight. The revenues that you'll see in here, they're provided by the Department of Education, so we got those numbers from them. The base support is essentially your M&O. District additional assistance is the capital money we get from them. Classroom site fund is Classroom 301 monies. And then other includes instructional improvement or Indian gaming funds, tuition, and grants. You'll see one of the areas that we pulled, and it is on the report that we're going to show tonight, has revenues from state and local sources. So that's going to include things like gifts and donations and tax credits. Tax credits are given to a specific school, donations are generally given to a specific school. So you'll see how those revenue dollars can really, per pupil, when you look at how much some of our schools get, it's far more than others. That can really skew that number. School lunch is essentially if you pay for your lunch, the revenue generated from that versus child nutrition program is the students that are on free and reduced lunch. So when you're looking at those revenue dollars, if you see a school that's really high, it's because they've got a high percentage of students on free and reduced lunch program. And then this just kind of looks at the functions. Everybody, I think, knows that function 1000 is your classroom. It's going to be your teacher, the instructional aide that's in the classroom with the student. 2100 and 2200 are the ones that kind of get their support services for the schools, but 2100 is your social workers, nurses, physical therapists, psychologists, guidance counselors, those type of people. Whereas the 2200 is librarian, staff development or professional development, curriculum development, those types of things. 23, you really won't see, we didn't allocate these out, but 23 would be like governing board, superintendent, executive leadership. 24 is your principal's office. That could be the principal, the assistant principal, but it's also the staff that's in the office. So the registrar, not the registrar, but the principal's admin assistant is also included in 2400. And then we get into HR, finance, IT, those areas. These are pretty self-explanatory when they're on the report. Transportation is transportation. So I'm going to let Tyler talk about the report and show you kind of what it looks like and what we did to simplify it a little bit.
Good evening or good night. What the formal introduction is for 9:30. But I'm going to show you, if Jonathan can pull up the Excel document, I'm going to show you what the actual school-by-school report looks like. So you have kind of an idea of what our condensed version is and what's available to the public. So this is the massive report. It includes an instruction tab, which has, again, all the instructions for how to fill this report out. It has all our school listings. These come directly from the AFR, so you can compare these directly on the AFR report that's on our website. This is all the accounting data. This is just directly from our GL. One thing I would like to note is we've started implementing the school-by-school systematic kind of accounting change early last year. If you notice this, we'll take a look at this first string here. If you notice that the 3-digit code, the 299, that represents SOL. So we've had to systematically change our whole accounting from basically the requisition phase to kind of accommodate for this report. It's required a lot of kind of man hours from our team. It also increases the time it takes secretaries, departments to input requisitions, et cetera. So this report not only is, it's very informative, but it also requires a lot of work and a lot of change from the district. Data entry is kind of what we're going to go over today. And one other thing I wanted to touch base on that want to make the public aware of and the board, is when this gets approved, this will again be on our website. You can go in and compare any school you'd like to each other. So we're going to show you that in a broken down version, but basically all our numbers come from this report in a summed up version. But you can see the stretches, multiple cells. It is very detailed. So if we can go back to the PowerPoint.
But do you want to show that there's a single school? I don't know.
Oh, yeah, I mean,
There's a little bit more on the single school as well.
you can pull, a single school, and this looks more like the traditional AFR, in which you have kind of salaries broken up like this. This is kind of a more traditional format, but you can look at a single school and get a broken down version of some of the expenses and revenues. So if we can go to the PowerPoint now, I think this will make a lot more sense looking at the version that we've provided. So we've indicated all the Title I schools with an exclamation point. I'm just going to touch on, so this, we'll look right here at the Arcadia Learning Community. You'll notice the Tavon Elementary is a Title I school. So you're going to see a lot higher per pupil cost. Just for example, in the instruction, function 1000. You can see even at a lower attending student count, they have a higher per pupil cost. A lot of that is due to the additional resources they get for being a Title I school. You can also see the effects of Title I in the other state revenue sources. Down at the bottom, you can see, like Shannon mentioned, the Child Nutrition Program is a federal reimbursed program based on free and reduced lunch. You can see how they get a lot more revenues per pupil, considering they are a Title I school versus Hopi has a little more of the school lunch sales, actual sales. Again, I'm just going to touch on a few of the discrepancies and kind of leave it for questions. But for the Coronado community, you can see they're all Title I schools, so you're going to have a high per pupil cost. You'll again, one discrepancy in here, or kind of difference, is the Yavapai and Hohokam expenditures, due in part to them being one kind of school. You'll see a lot of the administration expenses show under Hohokam because there is the Hohokam principal right now and the Hohokam secretary are all coded to Hohokam rather than Yavapai. To the Saguaro Learning Community. Again, we have Navajo, which is a Title I school, which inherently you're going to see a lot higher per pupil costs. So first, in the first cell, you'll see instruction 1000 is going to have a per pupil cost of $7,700 versus the other schools, Pueblo and Kiva.
I just was going to throw out one thing in there too, that you'll notice with Navajo and some of the other schools that we're doing construction on, it's a much higher rate. But if you look at that facilities and construction, function 4000, that's where we've done major projects there.
Yeah.
And that gets thrown in there, so when you look at the per pupil rate of $14,000 versus $9,000, well, almost $4,000 of that is construction. So something like that could really throw it off too.
Yeah, the total expenditure per pupil is not in the main report. That's something we've added. But again, it can be largely skewed due in part to construction, like Sharon said. One other thing I wanted to address on here was if you look down at Kiva's private donations and tax credit eligibility fees, you'll see they have a larger revenue source there, which contributes directly to additional aids, et cetera. Those are just some of the discrepancies, not discrepancies, but like, I guess differences across the district in terms of demographics that affect different schools. The Chaparral Learning Community, you'll see Sequoia showing a lower student per pupil count. That's because of size. These schools are relatively the same across the board. You'll see revenues are pretty flat. Cherokee, again, having that large construction piece is going to show a higher total per pupil funding across all funds. And then, again, they have a large private donation and tax credit revenue source versus the other two schools. Moving to Desert Mountain Learning Community. These are all fairly even across the board. Revenue counts is again based on per pupil. So if you look at base support provided by ADE, you're going to see revenues that are differentiating, but that's based on, again, attending student count. Moving to the K-8 schools, again, we have a couple more Title I schools, so you're going to notice those right off the bat. Echo Canyon and Tonalea are going to have, again, higher per pupil expenditures, due in part to other grants and other funding sources supplementing those high-need students. Just kind of moving through this for the sake of time. Middle schools. These are relatively comparable with the exception of Ingleside has an 846 attending student count. Again, you can see across the board, they're fairly even. One thing I would like to touch on is the admin cost at Desert Canyon Mini School is extremely high comparatively, and that's because of Mr. Link's retirement just last year. So.
You've got to look at when you retire, there's the payout for your vacation and sick leave, and so.
He's a long tenured employee, so
you
you
got
have
a big gift.
And it gets coded to the school or wherever they're funded from.
Moving along, Mojave and Kokopah, again, relatively comparable, almost identical student counts. One discrepancy I did want to just touch on is their base support provided by ADE. You'll see Mojave is about $500 higher per pupil than Kokopah with the same attending student count. It's because they have additional Group B weight due to, I believe it's their accelerated math program that they do have an online piece. All right, to the high schools, Coronado being our only Title I high school, you're going to see a high per pupil student count. They have several additional funding sources, DSAG, Title I, and they also, keep in mind, this is not just staff, instruction, salaries, et cetera. These are also all funds. So they had a large computer purchase that goes into that 1,000 piece. They were part of the refresh. Again, revenues, pretty proportionate based on student size. You'll see revenues are a lot higher in the high schools, due in part to they have a higher weighted formula. Lastly, Chaparral and Desert Mountain, fairly even across the board. Not a lot of discrepancies, just the difference in student count, which shows the difference in revenue provided by the base support and ADE. I know it's pretty brief, but I wanted to get through it for the sake of time. And then, like I said, once this is approved, this will be on the website for any members of the board, members of the public to go look, and they can compare their school against another school and see kind of the full expenditure breakdown or revenue breakdown.
Thank you very much,
Yep.
Tyler. Board members' questions? Any comments?
I know.
Board member Kravitz, thank you.
It's so late.
Sorry. It's kind of funny. I'm not a numbers person, but I kind of like this report because there's a number and a function attached to every item, and, if someone was so inclined, there's a story behind each number, and you could dig deeper to get more information about why this
That is actually, so this is kind of the first
So,
look at
I kinda like
what
this.
is there. Yes. And then the next part of that will be, we know that there's extra monies that are spent on programs. I'm just going to use Coronado's Success Initiative. That really bumped up Coronado's dollars amount. The next phase of this is the money that we spend for these additional programs, are we getting the rate back that we want for the money that we're putting into it? So that's kind of the next phase that we'll be looking at, is the money that we spend really
Bang for the buck.
making the impact that we want it to make for the program that we're doing?
One thing I forgot to mention was you can see here, this report really shows how a small school like Yavapai costs the district a lot more money than they actually bring in. And this report really showcases that difference.
Board Member Perlberg.
I think that probably highlights my point is, I mean, being informed is good and information is good and our community's been craving it for many years. But we need to be prepared as a district and our leadership has to be prepared to put these things in context. When you get the call saying, you only spend so much on my kid, but the school down the street, you spend that much money. I mean, that's how everything's going to be interpreted, and you're just going to have to be really, really prepared for the dialogues that this will generate. I think in the long run, it's a good thing, but initially, you're going to have some challenges, let's be honest. Just putting it all in context and defending, I mean, excellent point. We now have to make sure we're showing that extra money is going to good use and making a difference for our students. So, great work. There's going to be a lot of work ahead of you guys.
Vice President Beckman.
I don't want to keep you. It's late, so I'll probably ask most of my questions. If I have them, I'll just email them to you. But so, how did you break out? Is each student still identified separate at Holcomb and Yavapai?
Yes.
Okay, so you are it's easy to attach these services and these expenditures to every single student and even the revenues. Okay, the other question I had, can you throw up Coronado just really quick?
Yep.
So we don't have the grants in here because it's not necessarily a revenue, right? So
It may be in the other report.
there's they have
just
Gear
so
Up,
much.
they have, okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah. They've got one, they just got the new, there's one that's the Gear Up.
The Gear Up grant's $250,000,
So they have, there's a lot of, that's not a bad thing, but there's a lot of different funding sources that go into Coronado.
Right. So this isn't everything, but it's a good look.
It's
Okay.
a good look to see what, there are lots of variable reasons that things could be, that the per pupil could be higher or lower. You
Right.
could have a school that has mainly newer teachers,
Mm-hmm.
they cost less, that's not a bad thing. But, and then another school who's full of, teachers that have been in the district or teaching for 20 years, that's gonna make your per pupil go up within 1,000 just because one school has teachers that have been there longer, or a principal who's been there longer.
Okay.
And actually, you can get some of that information, that this ESA report, that teacher qualification component is just that. So if you go on the report card, it'll show you the percentage of, it's called inexperienced teacher, and it just means that they've only been teaching for X amount of a period of time. So you can go and look at any particular school and see if they have less experienced students, which means that their salary rate would be less, except for the fact that unless you have some really veteran, mature teachers,
Yes.
they could be paying more. So you really do have to go dive deeper.
There's
which
so many different
is,
things.
how are we going to, the question is, how are we going to use this information, right? And I appreciate Shannon today saying specifically that, yes, they are going to be using this information to dive into programs, to be looking at these numbers so that they can ask Barbara's friends questions and feel very comfortable about the answers. And I will say, I want to thank Dr. Menzel because he said that he will be trying to bring back that information. They'll have some summary and conclusion in March for both Jan and Patty. So look for March for the information to be kind of summarized.
Right. And I would love to see or have some input on kind of those measurements because, as Shannon gave a report at great length tonight on the different tiers where we spend money at each school. For instance, Coronado is a great example when we're focusing on SEL and some of that money might be pushed over in one direction versus another. That's certainly going to be something that's not necessarily measurable, but is something that is a definition of success if our discipline referrals are going down or if, so I would love to see those measurements. I don't want to keep going, it's late, so.
So I don't think, I better not say that. So we will be voting on what I believe will be, we are just really voting on the fact that you have filled out the form correctly and that we will get it to
the Arizona Department of Education by Friday, right?
Yeah, and I mean, all of this information is based off of what we did for the AFR, which has already been.
And it's broken down very easily. The first expenditures are actual numbers of what we spent, then divided by the number of pupils to get the per pupil, and then the revenues is actually based upon the state's revenues coming in per pupil to populate the revenue number. So I think you broke it down very easily, so thank you. All right, do we have a motion to approve action item A?
So moved.
As presented. Board Member Kravitz moves. Do we have a second?
Second.
Board Member Greenberg seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much, Shannon and Tyler, and thank you for staying so late. We're so sorry it took so long. All right, now, number 11, future items for consideration. Board members, do you have any topics for future consideration? Vice President Beckman.
Is Michelle still here? Okay.
Yes.
Just, I'm going to be as brief as possible, but tonight kind of lended itself to my thoughts on I would like the board or the committee or whomever to review policy JICK, our student violence and harassment, intimidation, and bullying policy that was adopted in 2011. There was some discussion, things that you had brought up tonight with regard to the other policies and about the process. And I think they're very parallel to this, and I would like to see those kind of align, as far as what we do, as far as the process of reporting, et cetera.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anything else, future agenda items at this point in time? All right. Oh,
I have a question. Before the end of the calendar year, we're supposed to do a mid-year evaluation review, and the question is, do you want to do that December 1st or the 15th?
oh. Well, can you send us an email, and then we can answer it that way?
Okay.
That'd be great.
Yep.
Let us do that. Thank you. Dates for upcoming meetings. The next meeting is a special governing board meeting, Tuesday at 5 p.m. in the MDA. Then on Tuesday, December 15th, we'll have our regular governing board meeting at 5 p.m. at the MDA. Do we have any governing board reports? Oh, thank you. Oh, you do. Okay.
Oh, I was just going to
Nathan
say,
Short. Board Member Greenberg.
I just wanted to thank the policy committee, really, and Scott for coming up with that. I think we should probably form more of those for other areas because I think it worked really well. And also, I know with the internal auditing thing that's supposed to be coming up, I just wanted to thank Scott, Shannon, and Allison for all their work on that with me and helping me with that process. I really appreciate that as well. So I look forward to that discussion. Thank you.
All right. Okay, great. Any others? I don't want to limit anybody. We can stay here all night. All right. I move to adjourn this regular, happy there. I move to adjourn this regular board meeting. Do we have a second?
Second.
Vice President Beckman, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. This regular governing board meeting on November 17, 2020 is adjourned at 9:50 p.m.